Welcome, everyone, to another episode of Cinematic Realms. I'm your host, John Webster, and as always, I'm joined by Jared Kozel. I'll just be honest. Today has I'm we're running a couple minutes late, as you might be able to tell, and I'll be completely honest. I woke up about 30 minutes ago from nap that I needed because I did not sleep at all last night. So I might be playing catch up for a couple minutes here. I had to finish cramming and loading the images that I wanted. So um, it's that kind of day, folks. Um, but I hope you're all doing well, and we're going to be continuing our prequel journey. Today we did the 25th anniversary for Star Wars Episode One a couple weeks ago, and we're continuing right on with Attack of the Clones. So, how are you doing today, Jared?
I'm doing great. It has also been busy on my end because I did move recently. Getting ready to embark on a new career adventure. But one of the highlights of the past couple days has been revisiting this movie, which I didn't really need to revisit because I have seen it so many times and I love it so well, but being able to actually just settle in and watch it and appreciate it for the epic galaxy trotting adventure that it is was a joy.
Hey, just I know we talked about the sound before we came on, but you were seem louder than usual. I don't know why that might be. Are you are you talking louder to go get over the sound of the cars, or?
I don't know. I thought I was talking with my normal pitch, but
No. I'll ask the people who are watching if maybe I just had my volume up too loud. Let us know if Jared sounds normal.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we'll just go ahead and continue on.
Yeah, full disclosure, folks, my new apartment is basically situated right over the main road that goes to the heart of town. So even with like all the windows closed and everything, you can sometimes still hear the cars, and occasionally there will be a motorcycle gang that goes by. So I will try to mute my mic when that happens.
Speaking of audio, can you hear me?
Yeah, totally.
Okay. All right. I just plugged in my microphone because I realized that I didn't have my good microphone plugged in. So we're we're doing adjustments on the fly, folks.
Yeah, well, it's actually funny that we're talking about sound because the last thing I watched before we saw it on the screen was the documentary that came with Attack of the Clones that focuses on the sound design of the movie, starring Ben Burt, and it's a good one. But I had sound on the mind anyway, so.
How about now? Do I sound okay? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, folks, this is all stuff we should have taken care of before we started the stream, but hey, we're doing it. Yeah, I guess we'll just plunge into it. I will say not last week, but 2 weeks ago, we talked about the Phantom Menace, and I got to talk about how blissful my experience of that film was growing up and how I got to experience it pure. Attack of the Clones was pretty much the exact opposite for me because I had become aware of the Star Wars prequel, like the environment of discussion, we'll say. I was online by that point and reading stuff on the Force.net discussion boards. I was hearing like people at my work, because by that point I was working at the news station that I worked out for many years throughout my youth, and I had a lot of friends who were not keen on episode 1, and they let me know it. And so yeah, it was different. And then I made a really stupid decision shortly before the film came out. The script leaked online, and I won't say that I like sat down and took my time to read through it, but I definitely skimmed through it and saw things that I wish I hadn't seen. Why did I do this? Because I was an idiot, and because it was there and I was curious. But you know, moments like the quote that you put up on your social media post for the stream today, begun the Clone War has, that was ruined for me. Like that moment, and the context of it, and there was a lot of the movie that I kind of had a gist of where it was all going. So that'll always be one of my regrets, but also just knowing the toxicity, although we wouldn't have called it that back then, but just the negativity surrounding, the prequels and this film. And, and I went with my coworkers, and, I had coworkers saying, yeah, the movie's fun. The love story sucks, though, but you don't go to Star Wars for the love story, that kind of talk. And it just was not an environment conducive to enjoying myself. That said, I still remember having a fun time at the movie, but there was a lot of stuff that I didn't really respond to in the way that the kid who went to go see the Phantom Menace would have. And so, and of course, this was also in the midst of Lord of the Rings, which was something I responded to much more during that time period. And it was maybe giving me some stuff that this film didn't at the time. And so, yeah, I'm sad to say that, I was changed by the environment into which this movie came out, but there were still always a lot of things that I enjoyed about the movie throughout the years, and so part of me getting back in touch with that, with my prequel love, is sort of going back to this film and celebrating the things that worked for me then, the things that work for me better now, and just trying to recapture what I feel I was kind of deprived of back then. So yeah, my journey with this movie is complicated, but we're going to talk through that today. And for anybody worried that we talk about how this is a positive channel, this will not be me like railing against things that I didn't enjoy in 2002, because that's not what we do here. And besides, I always had a deep love and respect for Star Wars, and so yeah, I don't know. Complicated is how I would say my feelings were. And so I've enjoyed getting to sort of rediscover this through different eyes over the past, however many years. So, okay. You go, Jay.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a good place, though, to start reflecting on the initial experience and how it may have colored things at the time, because, and how it may or may not have changed now, because Eric's absolutely right. You know, with Star Wars, as unfortunately with a lot of things, the latest movie is always going to be treated as a punching bag for the people who thought it wasn't as good as what came before. And that was particularly true for a movie like this, which, you know, as you pointed out, was coming on the heels of the Phantom Menace, which, you know, may come as a surprise to the beloved prequel generation now, but was at one time very controversial among certain segments of the fandom. And Attack of the Clones had to deal with that, you know, kind of environment, and then also the specific backlash to certain elements that arose from this movie, which, you know, is unfortunate. It is often, I'll just, you know, say it, Attack of the Clones is often regarded by many, not all, but many, as perhaps the weakest live-action Star Wars movie. I would say that even though as much as I adore it, you know, unabashedly, there are, where I kind of come down on is I think that this is the movie where there's probably some of the issues with execution get into the way of elements of the thematic richness and, you know, powerful visual storytelling that I loved then and love now. I still adore this movie. You know, it's still one of my favorite movies ever. But if I were making a personal power ranking of Star Wars movies, this one probably would fall closer to the bottom. And my rankings are not, you know, considered the conventional in a lot of those respects. But I would say that for Attack of the Clones, one of the things I've really appreciated is the opportunity to actually delve into the themes and ideas that are present in the movie and not just engage with it on a superficial level of, you know, citing the lines that everyone cites and will always, you know, and we will talk about those lines and appreciate them, you know, ironically and unironically. But there is a lot in this movie, and it's also, you know, it's the middle chapter of the prequels. You know, Phantom Menace starts off the story and had essentially an entirely blank slate. Revenge of the Sith, we all knew, comes in at the kind of the big moment where that we all know it's leading up to, which is the fall of Anakin Skywalker becoming Darth Vader and the rise of the Empire. Attack of the Clones is kind of the bridge between the two. And it falls in a place where, you know, it has to cover a lot of story, you know, grounds, both on the personal side and on the political side. And it also has to, you know, catch us up on the state of the galaxy and the characters. But it also has to, you know, do things that no other Star Wars movie had done before, because frankly, that's what George Lucas wanted. He wanted to push the envelope. With all of his prequel films, he did not just want to sit back and reflect on what he made before. And we'll talk about like the technology of, you know, what he was trying to do. It's an incredibly ambitious movie.
I will say that one of the things that my admiration has only grown in the years since this movie came out is how, I mean, you said it, ambitious, and also what kick-ass work ILM was doing for 2002, which, you know, in my mind, I'm thinking that doesn't feel that long ago, but of course, you know, it was, especially in the CGI world. And even though in 2002, I did kind of rail against the ever increasing digitalization of, you know, of Star Wars, and the fact that, it doesn't, you know, look like, you know, it's in the original trilogy, everything was practical, and, you know, but as we've lived in more and more of a digital world, and we kind of become accustomed to, you know, that being a thing in movies, my jaw has just dropped over the years at how stunning the visual effects work in these films are and how much it actually still stands up. Maybe even better than when it came out. Um, just because, you know, there's some shots here and there where like the compositing is like, you know, it's, you know, it looked then and it looks now like what it is, of some actors standing in front of a blue screen, you know, in front of like a digital matte painting. But there's so much that is seamless and gorgeous. I mean, I was just watching the opening chase sequence where they go after Zam, and I'm like, holy shit, like this all looks so flawless, and like, and how does this still look as great as it does, you know? And to be honest, and I don't want to rag on other movies, so I won't, you know, belabor this point, but it looks so much better than a lot of modern stuff, and it just goes to show the level at which ILM was operating, you know, and the fact that this was Star Wars, this was George Lucas's baby, so he was going to make sure that ILM, you know, did the very best work they could possibly do, and so, yeah, if nothing else, from like a technical standpoint, I think, you know, all three of these films, and you know, but looking specifically at this one, it's just a technical marvel.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing where, you know, we talked a lot last week about how the Phantom Menace was a leap forward in terms of technology, but also still retained a lot of the elements of, you know, the classic filmmaking styles because it was shot on film, as you point out. It, you know, actually had more practical effects than any of the original trilogy films. It had the first ever fully digitally rendered CGI character in Jar Jar Binks. And Attack of the Clones, you know, like it if or not for people, it is a historic movie, you know, not just because it's a Star Wars movie, but because it was the first movie of any kind to be made entirely on digital. And, you know, that means that there were obviously going to be some bumps and growing pains. But you said it, like, this, for being the very first movie of its kind, and to still look better than movies that are made in digital formats that were released over 20 years later, it's a pretty incredible achievement. And some of that is due to the wizards at Industrial Light and Magic living up to their name. And some of it is to do with George Lucas himself and his creative vision, because part of the reason that these world looks so distinctive is because his imagination in this movie was truly unleashed. You know, we're looking at some images of things like Camino. The Kaminoans were not possible, you know, as recently as even a few years before this. Now they are some of the most evocative, you know, aliens in all of Star Wars. The Geonosians are similarly, like they're an incredibly, you know, detailed feat of, you know, creative imagination, and it's all rendered, you know, using the digital cinematography and techniques. And while that can, you know, for some cause a little bit of a bump because, as you know, ought to go on the other side of it, given the image you just showed, you know, the fact that like George Lucas chose to create all of the clone troopers digitally rather than hire actors to wear the costumes and stand on sets, and, you know, in that way, even shooting them against the green screen, that is an element of the movie that perhaps has not aged as well, but it's still a pretty damn impressive feat that they did it.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I definitely bumped up against that, you know, in 2002. I was like, oh, really, George, you can't just, you know, hire some extras. But now I look back on it, and and another thing that I haven't talked about yet that sort of plays a role in how I sort of take this film in, and especially the visuals of this film, is that we've now had, since 2008, a CG, a fully CG, world of Star Wars taking place in the Clone Wars, through that animated series, and then Rebels, the Bad Batch, and so it's interesting going back to look at like the entire Battle of Geonosis in this, and just by virtue of the fact that I've become accustomed to seeing so much Clone Wars imagery in like full CG animation that's not intended to be like photorealistic or make me feel like, oh, they actually film that. Going back to this movie now, I'm like, no, this is kick-ass. I love this. And the fact that the clones are CG like no longer bothers me, because again, I've the Clone Wars TV series is some of my favorite Star Wars ever, and we grew to love those clones and really feel for them. And guess what? They're entirely CG in the Clone Wars animated series, so it lends a different, attitude to the whole thing. And I remember when we did a watch party a couple of years ago of this movie, and when they're in the arena, and then Yoda and the clones descend, I just typed out in capital letters, ladies and gentlemen, the Grand Army of the Republic. And like, that's how I feel now. Like, I'm so excited to see the clones arrive in this movie. And and I have this love and affection for them, even though, in this movie, they're all nameless clones. They haven't even like forged their own identities yet. This is the very opening salvo of the war. But you can't not be affected by all the storytelling that came after. And it's really has affected the way that I look at the visuals of this film. So yeah, it's, bravo to George, because he was, I was going to say 10 steps, probably 1,000 steps ahead of everybody else.
As he often is, in so many ways, both in terms of his creative vision and the political ideas. And for good or ill, he was a man who was ahead of his time. And what I find particularly interesting, just keeping the focus on the clones themselves, is like there's a kind of a way to build. And exactly, Eric. Yeah, this is the imagination, the level of imagination that George Lucas wished he had with the original trilogy. And obviously those movies are great, but it's like he wanted to be able to do things like this back then, and he couldn't. But specifically with respect to the clones, to tie it back into the original trilogy, the clone, like, this is where the Clone Wars come to our screens for the first time ever. And when you think back to the original trilogy, to A New Hope, to the very first Star Wars anything, what is one of the lines that actually inspired the audience to think about, my God, how big and epic and is this galaxy, and how rich is its history? It's the line in Obi-Wan's hut where, in addition to talking about the Jedi being the guardians of peace and justice, his father, Luke also mentioned, his father, he learns that his father fought in something called the Clone Wars. And it made it seem like it was an eternity ago, but it was really not, it was 22 years ago. But it seemed like such a big, epic, unknowable thing, like this mythical thing, the Clone Wars. What are those? And for the longest time, we didn't know, people had different ideas. Like if you read the Timothy Zahn Heir to the Empire trilogy, he makes allusions to the Clone Wars, but that basically make it sound like actually the clones were the bad guys. The clones were,
I will just say, I wanted to comment on, like, this is what I love about the evolution of storytelling. And it's why, like, I always brush up against, when people get, bent out of shape over canon, or, oh, these stories aren't canon anymore. Like, when I heard that when I was a kid, when I was a kid, I probably didn't think about it too hard. But growing up, before the prequels actually came out, and especially before Episode 2 came out, I heard Obi-Wan talk about the Clone Wars, and it sounded like it was a war about clones. So, ergo, the clones, were probably the adversaries. It did sound like that to me, and I think that the Zahn novels actually feed into what my imagination of it was that, like, these were a danger, in the galaxy, and this is what the was, and so that's what the war was all about. And the fact that that's been changed, like, doesn't diminish that storytelling. I still love those books exactly as they are, and I don't feel the need to try and conform them to but this actually meant that. No, it's like the stories were what they were, and they can still be enjoyed on that level. But I sort of love that Lucas was like, this is my story, and I'm going the direction that I want to go. Because he's always going to do that. Like, he did that again with, he did it countless times, but he did it again with the Mandalorians. It's like, we're going to tell that story in the Clone Wars series, but guess what? They're actually a pacifist people, this warrior race. Actually, we're going to tell a story about a pacifist ruler, all that stuff. So he was always like, no, the story is what I say it is, and and you have to respect that. But yeah, sorry.
No, I mean, like, it's exactly the thing, and I do think that's where for some of the perhaps old guard fans, that's where some of the friction came in, because people had almost 20 years of time to imagine what the Clone Wars might be, and with all due respect to Timothy Zahn and the great novels, like, that was never coming from George Lucas, like his illusions of what the Clone Wars were. George Lucas always probably had something more like this in mind. And this was his opportunity to realize it and to kind of cement the idea that it was, when we think about the fall of the Jedi and like the fall of the Old Republic, he gets to kind of drive home the point that it was like, no, the Republic was not standing, and then one day an evil Dark Lord swept in and just crushed it and replaced it with something entirely new. The Republic became the Empire, and that is part of the power of seeing it start here, because when Obi-Wan goes to see the clones on Kamino, and we get the first shot of them for real, and we see him like looking over there. It's a chilling and inspiring moment, even as Lama Su says, magnificent, aren't they? Because we, in our original trilogy came first kind of minds, are thinking those look like stormtroopers, and they are the proto stormtroopers. But as we go ahead.
But this is another one. This is just again what I was talking about, like evolving storytelling. Yeah. And I'm trying to think of how much of this Lucas had in mind, because obviously we've gotten a lot of storytelling since he left the company. So I wonder how much he had thought about clone troopers being different from stormtroopers, and all that. We'll probably never know. Ask Filoni, he probably knows. But just in 2002, the idea watching this movie was, so the clones become the stormtroopers. It felt like the natural evolution, and there's even a little joke in this movie when Django bangs his head on the door. So it's like, oh, is that why the stormtroopers, why that one stormtrooper banged his head? Which is so silly. But like that was our knowledge back in 2002. Like, well, of course, these are the stormtroopers. But of course, then the storytelling evolved to be much more complicated than that. And so that's the thing, like, and this is a bit of a tangent for me because we're not, this isn't a stream about canon in Star Wars, but I just find it, like, I find the whole ritual of storytelling so wonderful and rich because it changes over time. And I love the idea of Star Wars as myth, like you get different versions of story, and and things evolve, and as each person tells a story, the details change, and it's like, oh, did you hear this? What Luke Skywalker did way back then? He went up against Thrawn and defeated him. Like, no, my version of the story says that was, it was actually Ezra Bridger who, defeated Thrawn. And it's like, no, my story is the real one. Like, just all these different sort of variations on, what is, that's why I love the line. And I think it's in Rebels. There's always a bit of truth in legends, and like I said, this is a tangent, but I'm just thinking about this because what we knew about Star Wars in 1977 is markedly different from what we came to know about Star Wars in 2002, which was itself much different from what we know now. And I just find it so fun to sort of look back at this movie and think about everything that I thought was being revealed, and like, oh, now we know the truth. And it's like, nope, I didn't know shit.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, it extends in both directions with this kind of like mythic level storytelling. Like, there's a line from a very different movie that I love, Before Sunset, where one of the characters says, "I suppose a memory's never finished as long as you're alive," and that's true because as you gain new experiences and new knowledge, it can affect your understanding of things that had happened in the past, and memories seldom sit preserved in amber, perfect like that forever. And it's the same with storytelling. Go like looking forward with all the stories we've now gotten about the clones and the Clone Wars, and like that is, it makes this movie richer. And that's not a retcon. That's just the way that these stories evolve. Because again, like once we learn that the clones are kind of the proto stormtroopers, then we're basically like, well, then basically they're grunts, they're fascist eventually they'll be fascist soldiers, and maybe the stormtroopers we saw in the original trilogy were always clones. That wasn't the story either, because George Lucas decided he wanted to go back and tell the Clone Wars stories and say that no, all of these clones are very much individuals, and their creation, while it was in the service of Palpatine's larger goal, they are not inherently evil. In fact, many of them are among the bravest and most loyal, soldiers and characters in this entire story. Now, we don't get a ton of that in this movie, as you said, but the fact is, this was the first ever, clone story with the clones, and it's going to be retroactively, like some of that depth is going to be filled in. But like, for instance, the idea that I think Eric had asked in the chat, like, that, do you remember if any of the clones we come to know, like, were fighting in this battle? Yes, characters like Rex and Cody, Generation 1 clones, were there. We don't actually see them on screen, but it becomes part of their history. And the idea that the clones themselves are, they were created for this purpose, to fight this war. And their creation is in some respects a tragedy because, as we'll get into, the whole separatist crisis being engineered by Palpatine to create this kind of, false flag conflict, it leads to tragedy. It leads to the creation of the Empire. And some of the most heroic characters in this story, like Padme and Bail Organa, they do not want there to be an army because they do not want there to be a war. Ultimately, a war happens, and these soldiers were created, and when they go on to fight that war, they fight it in such a way that, makes them inspiring, heroic figures, because they are individuals, they do have choice, and they're not being forced to do this. They, like, many of them love what they do. And then it becomes even more tragic when that choice is taken away from them. But then, as we just saw in a show like The Bad Batch, there are clones that try to go out of their way to reclaim their agency and reclaim their individuality. And that's some of the most powerful Star Wars storytelling we have. And so, it all started here in Attack of the Clones with the idea that, no, the clones, they are, as you said, the grand army of the Republic. And with all of the, inspiring heroism and eventual tragedy that is entailed. And this is the first chapter of that particular story.
Yeah, and I will say, just looking at the images I was putting up of the clones, I'm also now thinking about, obviously, as I said, I've become, I've definitely warmed to the idea over the years, or it just doesn't matter to me anymore that, the clones were entirely CGI, in these movies, except for in Revenge of the Sith, there is some, the heads of some of the clones are real. But, and this probably, I don't think this is what Lucas had in mind. I think he did it because it was technologically expedient and because he could do it and he wanted to push the envelope. But it does make a really good sort of amount of thematic sense too, that we're introduced to these clones and they're all like CGI creations. It's sort of what Palpatine has in mind for these things, that they're going to be just like, off the assembly line, carbon copies of one another that'll follow orders, and they're lifeless. And, and the fact that's kind of, the audience could receive them that way, in part because of the technology that's being used to bring them to life in this film. And the fact that over the course of the next, 20 or so years, these, CGI carbon copies, become so filled with life, and, and we come to care for them so much. And by the way, like, almost all of their iterations since then have continued to be CG creations, but we've come to have an affection for those CG creations, and they've become more human than, we could have ever conceived. That said, I do get a joy in some of the live action storytelling now, getting to actually see, real live, clone troopers, because I'm kind of like, yay, that's that's what I always want. But I do enjoy the symbolism of, the fact that they're CG creations. Like I said, I don't personally believe like that's what Lucas was going for, because that's a very meta thing, and I don't think that's the kind of thing he was going for. But it does sort of make you think about the very concept of clones and what they're intended to be by Palpatine versus what they end up actually being.
Yeah, and well, that, as you said, that George Lucas probably didn't plan it that way, but like, themes and ideas like that don't have to be planned to have meaning. So we are like, this is something where it has emerged organically because the storytelling with these, characters has continued, and it will continue to like develop in that way as long as there are new people to engage with the story and, imagine, but the idea of like, going back to A New Hope, like, the Clone Wars and like, what are they like? We now have a much better understanding of what they were, and like how intimately tied they were to like the grand designs of and the fall of the Republic into becoming the Empire. It makes that movie, it makes that scene in A New Hope that much more richer. And that's, I love that about these stories, that they can continue to inform each other in this way.
Now, I want to take a step back for a second because, we've talked a bit about sort of how technologically groundbreaking the movie is. Now, you did talk about sort of what the sort of consensus of, Attack of the Clones is, amongst fans. And then I talked about the difficulties that, I had coming to it. I am curious, we don't have to spend that long on it, but when you saw the movie, because you were still fairly young, like, what was that stuff like? Were you registering the so-called issues with this movie, or like, what was your personal experience? Because you were still quite young, and actually, when you told me your age when you got to see this movie, I was kind of jealous because I'm like, oh, if I had still been that young, my experience with this movie would have been so different.
Oh yeah, well, we will definitely talk about how seeing the movie at the exact age I did see it, which was 13, had such an influence on me in so many ways.
Okay,
we'll
get to that. But
I know. But what I mean by that is, so I had obviously loved the Phantom Menace when I saw it at 10 years old. At 13, I was aware that there were people who did not like the Phantom Menace. I just started to get online. You had mentioned actually theforce.net. I was in those forums too. But I was not like, and I would see people there who would, say that, they didn't like the way that the Phantom Menace had turned out. But I just kind of was like, that's their opinion. I have a different opinion. I love that movie. I think I'm going to love this movie too. But I will say that my experience with Attack of the Clones was different than the Phantom Menace, in the sense that because I had loved the Phantom Menace so much, and because, as you pointed out, John, like other movies like The Lord of the Rings were coming out around the same time, I had actually started at this stage not to take in movies just as a passive consumer, but to become interested in the actual process of how they got made. And one of the reasons I was on those force.net, forums, was that the Attack of the Clones was probably the first movie that I actually like followed the production of, like followed the news. Like I would be like, oh, like they're making this movie right now. They're filming it down in Australia. Like they're like, they're doing the work. Like, oh, like they've cast this actor. You had alluded to the idea that I think that the script did leak at some point. I remember that happening, and I had, seen elements of it as well. I don't think I ever read like the full thing, but like in those same forums, like people were talking about the leaked script. And so there were elements of the movie that, as you had mentioned too, like maybe the surprise got ruined because, this was the first Star Wars movie where I was aware that certain things were going to happen before I saw the movie. I knew a lot of different elements about the fact that, like, essentially there would be an assassination attempt on Padme's life that would draw her back together with Anakin and Obi-Wan, and that Obi-Wan would be going off on this detective journey to try and find the assassins, and that Anakin would be protecting Padme, and they would fall in love. And that there would be a new villain, Count Dooku, and very famously, that we were going to possibly see Yoda with a lightsaber. I remember that was a very hot point of discussion because what I was reading on those forums was that they want to do this. They want to give Yoda a lightsaber. They want him to have a lightsaber fight with Count Dooku. They do not know if the technology is actually there to make it happen. So when you get to the scene where Yoda and Count Dooku are facing off, I don't know if there were rumors and how credible they were, but there was an idea that if they can't figure this out, then they're basically going to take this scene and, have Yoda just like force push Count Dooku off a cliff. And that's how that conflict gets resolved. But they want to do the lightsaber fight. And I was like, God, I hope they do it. It would be so cool to see Yoda with a lightsaber. And I know that some fans thought Yoda perhaps shouldn't. But I will tell you, one of the great thrills was when I went to go see the movie for the first time. And we get to that scene. And we get to Yoda dropping his cane, pulling back his robes, and pulling out his lightsaber. As Count Dooku says, it is obvious this contest cannot be decided by our knowledge of the Force, but by our skills with a lightsaber.
Which is, let me just say two things here. One, that is not one of George Lucas's, better instances of writing. That is such a let's break the fourth wall and talk directly to the audience. But nobody cared. In May of 2002, when that robe opened and that lightsaber came out and lit up, and John Williams, choral music in the background, the house went down. Like everybody lost their minds. I don't care what you say now, like that was one of the greatest moments in all of Star Wars.
Yeah, and there was a moment that has lived on in my memory forever, because to this day, perhaps there's some childhood nostalgia to it, because I've been in the crowd for cheering Avengers movies and other Star Wars movies and stuff. I will tell you, and I believe this to my core, out of the hundreds of movies I've seen in theaters, I have never heard a packed theater crowd cheer louder for anything than Yoda igniting his lightsaber. It brought the house down, as you said. And I was just so overjoyed when it happened, because again, following the news on the production, and I was like, they did it. They fucking did it. Yoda has a lightsaber. This is the coolest thing ever. And now I will say that, looking back at it now, the lightsaber fight itself is relatively short. It's probably not considered one of the best lightsaber duels in all of Star Wars. But I loved it.
I say it is. I'm like, I've listened to people over the years say, oh, Yoda's hopping around too much. He looks like, a frog or something. Like, people have always said that about Yoda. He's frog-like. But no, I insist that I still absolutely adore this fight, and yeah, maybe it is nostalgia. And this is the thing. I'm totally fine with lecturing younger people in this instance. Y'all, you've had Clone Wars Yoda, and you've lived with this moment, and then the Revenge of the Sith fight, for most of your lives. Y'all just don't understand, growing up on Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi Yoda, and then getting to see this moment. Y'all just are never gonna appreciate it like we did. Yeah.
And you know what, that's okay, because that is an element of the experience that will always be ours, and to have been in the theater in May of 2002 when this moment happened, to be some of the first people in the world to see Yoda with a lightsaber. And I think when it comes to the actual duel itself, I think people were also not just comparing it to the idea of Yoda with a lightsaber. They were also comparing it to the Darth Maul duel of the Fates from the Phantom Menace. And I'm like, that is still possibly the greatest lightsaber fight in all of Star Wars. High bar to measure up to. And then when you look at like what comes later with Revenge of the Sith, you know, the advancement in technologies allows them to do even greater things, like, you know, Yoda's duel with Palpatine in that movie, where he gets to move around like even more. This duel is like, there is much more of a pop to Yoda, like igniting his lightsaber. But, you know, the fact that, like, for instance, you know, like Christopher Lee, his opponent, you know, an accomplished swordsman himself, but, you know, an older gentleman, even at that stage, like, he wasn't able to do as much of the choreography. So they had to, you know, like, use a stunt double and like shoot it in wide angles. And obviously that's not Christopher Lee, like, doing flips and things like that. But the story moment is still like, it still thrills me every time I watch it, because, you know, just the idea that Yoda is the greatest of living Jedi, you know, he is the head of the council, he is the Grand Master of the Order, and that, like, and we get hints of it throughout the movie, even in like that line in the speeder chase where Obi-Wan, you know, says that, like, to Anakin, if you spend as much time practicing your saber techniques as you do your wit, you would rival Master Yoda as a swordsman. And that is just the kind of thing that, like, gives you a little bit of a taste of the idea that, like, oh yeah, Yoda's not just, you know, green and wise and small and can lift, you know, ships with his mind. The dude has a lightsaber, and he is not just like capable of wielding it. He is the best at wielding it of all the Jedi. And I'm like, I love that. I love it so much, because it's the one of the magic of Yoda as a character is that people, as much as, you know, we try not to, like, people underestimate him because of his size. Judge me by my size, do you? How could this small, ancient green alien actually be the best Jedi with a lightsaber? This is how. This is why.
I think also, I also think there was a understanding on my part when I saw this that, like, you know, the technical skill required to actually pull off, you know, the fight that they do must have been insane, and it felt like the promise of more to come.
Yeah.
And we did get that with Revenge of the Sith. But though, for my money, like, you know, as even though the Revenge of the Sith fight is more elaborate, it goes on for longer, but for me, like, this is Yoda's lightsaber fight, you know, and then, like, it may be short, but it doesn't feel like I've been deprived of anything. It feels like I've gotten a big fat reward, you know, for being a Star Wars fan, and like, I just, yeah, I loved it. It was amazing.
Yes, and we will always have that moment. We have it now. You know, it is still like, when people think about, like, Attack of the Clones, one of the first things that's going to come to mind for general audiences is Yoda with a lightsaber. And, you know, it's the image that's on, like, the Disney Plus banner, or Yoda, like, reflecting or absorbing Count Dooku's Force lightning, which is another awesome thing. Like, you know, we had never seen, before this movie, we had never seen anyone be able to do that with Force lightning. It's a devastating attack that almost kills Luke in Return of the Jedi. And then when Count Dooku uses it against Obi-Wan and Anakin, like, they can't stop it. Yoda stops it. Yoda's like, I've got you, my old Padawan. I know your tricks. And even though you could argue that the duel ends up being a stalemate, really really what happens is Count Dooku recognizes, I cannot beat Yoda. I cannot beat my old master. I need to run away. So what I'm going to do is to bring down this crane and try to crush Obi-Wan and Anakin. And because Yoda's a good person and the most powerful Jedi, he will save them, and that will allow me to get away. Yoda beats Dooku in this fight.
This, like, I want to segue into something else for a second, and, you know, I do want to get back to you finishing your, like, thoughts about, you know, your original experience, but I just watched the episode Ambush of the Clone Wars, the first episode, because I got out my, you know, Clone Wars Season 1 box set and was getting nostalgic about buying that because just hey, folks, for those of you who don't remember, back in the day, that was the first Star Wars Blu-ray released. But there's a line at the end of the episode where Dooku is like, it's a pity I wasn't there in person, my master. And, and it says, unfortunate indeed it is. And it's like, he talks a big game behind a hologram, but dude, you ran away from your master. Here. So it's like, don't try and act like you're Mr. Badass. You're a coward when when the moment hits. The other thing that I wanted to say was it's actually amazing looking back on this, like how little we get in the grand scheme of things of Christopher Lee as Count Dooku. But he made such an impression, and knocked the role out of the park, and and just built the foundation upon which they continued on with Clone Wars and gave us that version of Count Dooku, and like he's become like just one of my all-time favorite Star Wars characters, because especially in light of what we do with Tales of the Jedi and getting to see him his fall, and the fact that he always had some issues, but but he was but he did start off as a good man, and just to watch him descend into into pure evil. And I love the fact that the animation reflects that, because in Tales of the Jedi we get a very Christopher Lee looking animation model, but then when he descends to the dark side, throughout the Clone Wars, it's this very exaggerated, pointed, evil looking character model, and it's like, no question about what side he's on.
Yeah, I mean, Christopher Lee, rest in peace to the great man. He was one of the coolest people to ever live, if you read about his life. And yes, I love this line in Eric from the Clone Wars, control your insults, the Count is contrary. I also love when Anakin basically is snarking to Obi-Wan, slow down, the Count is an older gentleman and doesn't move like he used to. And Dooku's like, I would kill you both if I did not have to drag your bodies. That's a great episode. There are a lot of them. But the thing about Christopher Lee is that obviously he was already an incredibly distinguished actor with an incredible career. He was Count Dracula, among countless others. He was in James Bond, among countless other great things. But 2002 is kind of peak Christopher Lee, because this is also the year that The Two Towers comes out, and he's Count Dooku in this movie. And it's an awesome performance. And it's one that I've also grown to appreciate more and more over the years, because, as I mentioned, I was following the production and the lead up and the rumors before this movie. And one of the rumors was that the new Sith villain would actually be like a Sith witch, a female, Sith. And I thought that sounded actually really, really cool. And there's concept art out there of it. And that character actually becomes the inspiration for Asajj Ventress in the Clone Wars. Star Wars never will discard a good character design. So when it became clear that no, the new Sith is actually going to be Count Dooku, after Darth Maul, fearsome, iconic, devilish Darth Maul, part of my mind was like, the Sith is just going to be this, older guy. That's a little bit of an odd choice. Why not do something more imaginative? But when you actually dig into the meat of Count Dooku as a character, who he is, and what makes him the way that he is, he becomes one of the most fascinating characters in all of Star Wars. Yoda's former Padawan, Qui-Gon's former master, a Jedi master who came from a very wealthy and privileged background, joined the Order, then had disagreements, and then left the order, took up his old title, and somewhere along the way fell into, league with a Sith Lord and became a Sith Lord, then became the leader of a faction of, separatist systems that plunges the galaxy into war as part of his master's larger plan. It's all like incredibly fascinating stuff. And the more you think, you recognize Dooku as like what an important and consequential figure he is in the history of the galaxy. The fact that he was not just the secret Sith apprentice after Maul and before Vader, but that he was effectively the leader of a government that incited, millions or billions of citizens and thousands of star systems to secede from the Republic and plunge the galaxy into war. Like, you just think, like, who is this man? How can he have such power? Well, one of the ways you convey that on screen is by casting an actor like Christopher Lee, who can sell that with just the intonations of his voice.
It's just so funny to think of like how this stuff progresses, because I remember like in the middle of the like production of the movie, or maybe it was earlier on in the production, sometime after episode 1 came out, but before episode 2 was nearing completion. I remember there was like a fan made trailer circulating around with like, making use of episode 1 footage, footage from like other movies, like other movies that some of the actors had been in, and then like just, footage from, any movie. That I think there was a shot from like a shot of the mountains from Braveheart, thrown in there. And so I just remember it because they pulled a shot from like one of Christopher Lee's, not one of his older movies. It was like, it had to have been more recent because he looked older, but like just this obscure Christopher Lee movie that I'd never seen. Didn't know who Christopher Lee really was, except that, like he was some, esteemed actor, but at that age, I didn't know anything. And it's just so funny watching how that changed, after Lord of the Rings came out, and then like being like, oh my God, this guy like is incredible. And he's got this long storied career, of all these, like all these horror movies and all this other stuff. And so by the time I actually get to see Attack of the Clones, it's like, oh, it's Christopher Lee, and you just like hold your breath when this guy walks on screen. And just incredible. And that scene between him and Obi-Wan, where he's trying to, recruit Obi-Wan, it's so good because, aside from the fact that like, let's just say I have great affection for all of the actors, in these films, but it's no secret that's combination of some clunky lines of dialogue and new technology that they're all getting used to. A number of the actors struggled, on these films. Christopher Lee was not one of those actors, because he was just absolutely impeccable, and every line just oozed like charisma, and so that moment between him and Obi-Wan is so great because like he's deceiving him by telling him almost entirely the truth, and it's like you and I were joking about something else. It's like, where's the lie? He doesn't really lie to Obi-Wan in that scene, but he's but of course the lie of omission is that he is, a Sith Lord himself. And so, in that scene, he's really trying to maneuver, overthrowing Palpatine and becoming the Sith Master himself.
Yeah.
and especially once you go to like storytelling further down the line, you can get the impression that like even though Dooku has been fully, taken over by the evil within himself and, is fully into the dark side, I think there's a part of him that feels like he should almost cleanse himself if he rids himself of Sidious, because he was like manipulated by Sidious, and he should almost like even though he would just descend further and further into the dark side, I think he is sort of, there's a bit of self manipulation that he feels like it would be virtuous of him to like actually, if he could get rid of Sidious and I'll do this with Qui-Gon's apprentice, and so there's almost like just there's a lot of, like I said, self manipulation going on there, and I think he just wants to get rid of Sidious as quickly as possible, and of course, like he doesn't play the game, good enough because in the end he's expendable to Sidious, and that's we'll talk about it more when we talk about Revenge of the Sith, but man, that look on his face when Sidious says, kill him now. It's like, what did you think was going to happen?
Yeah. Well, it says on Dooku's official databank entry that he forgot that betrayal is the way of the Sith. And that is very much the case. The whole like rule of two dynamic, the master and the apprentice, one to embody the power and the other to crave it. It's a constant game between the two. And Dooku, even though he is ultimately like doing Sidious's bidding by creating this separatist, alliance that will break away from the Republic and give the Republic an excuse to militarize and plunge the galaxy into war. Dooku, like his beliefs in what led him to the Separatist Alliance ideas, like they started ultimately as more noble or more like legitimate disagreements. We see that in those great Tales of the Jedi episodes, that like he was very disgusted with the corruption of the Republic, and like that's real. And he was disgusted with some of the ways that he thought that the Jedi wouldn't take action. And ultimately, the tragedy is that like those elements led him to Sidious, who kind of twisted those, legitimate ideas to his own ends, and ultimately gets Dooku to embrace the dark side because he reaches a point where he feels like that's his path. He needs to go forward. And once he's committed as the Sith apprentice, he is very much embodying the Sith philosophy, because in the scene with Obi-Wan that we're talking about, he is like the brilliance of it, because it is a brilliantly written scene, one of the best in the movie, is that both you wonder, like, why is he telling Obi-Wan this? What could be his goal? Well, he's effectively doing what Sidious does, and like essentially setting it up so that either way he wins. If he shares this knowledge with Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan's like, yes, I agree, we need to stop the Sith, I will join you, then Dooku's like, great, now I have an apprentice of my own, we can go team up and possibly defeat Sidious, and then I'll be the Sith Master, and I'll control the galaxy. But if, as it happens, Obi-Wan refuses to join him, Dooku is still one there because he has planted the seed of doubt in Obi-Wan's mind that, guess what? This Republic that you love so much and have devoted your life to serving, the Sith now control it. But I'm not telling you how or who. And so you're going to be constantly wondering and guessing, and your precious Jedi Order was blind to it and allowed it to happen. Now, Obi-Wan is such an incredibly strong-willed and, good-hearted character that this knowledge doesn't break him, but the doubt really does set in. And, like, this is kind of part of the seed of the corruption of the way that the Sith are able to undermine the Republic and the Jedi and ultimately defeat them for a time.
I'm like constantly like sort of awed by and infuriated by like how this all progresses throughout the Clone War. You know, it is, you know, like the Jedi know that something is wrong, but they can't quite figure out like exactly what's going on, and they can't like do, you know, what you would think is, you know, the thing like, okay, we've learned that there's like somebody controlling the Senate. Let's actually, or somebody infiltrating the Senate. Let's actually go to the Senate. But no, because as Yoda says, only the Dark Lord of the Sith knows of our weakness, and if informed the Senate is, multiply our adversaries will. And he's right. But it's like it becomes this game that they are playing throughout the next couple of years, throughout the war, of trying to, you know, defeat the Sith before, you know, before the Sith one ups them, and they don't actually know who their opponent is, and it just becomes this really tricky game that they have to play that becomes even more complicated once they learn that something's also up with the clone troopers. And so then it becomes a race against the clock where they're like, you know, there's something going on there. We're not quite sure what it is, you know, but the clones have earned our trust and our respect because they don't know that the thing is that they're at the switch of a, you know, the switch of a command, they're all going to turn around and murder them. But it becomes this thing where they have to win the war as quickly as possible to stop a ticking time bomb. And, you know, and they don't know what that time bomb is exactly. And it's so fascinating of, you know, all the things that you think they'd be able to do along the way to try and protect themselves, and they can't do that. And it's, you know, it just becomes so interesting, all the internal mechanics of, you know, what happens over the course of the war, and it all starts right here.
Yeah, and it's a brilliant construction. You know, I think people have now, as the prequels have aged and people reflect on them, people appreciate more and more the brilliant structuring of this conflict and this overall story. It's often said George Lucas doesn't like writing. He probably doesn't. It's often said George Lucas isn't a good writer. I disagree. I do think that, yes, he does not have the greatest ear for writing dialogue. We will talk about the lines. But writing is not just dialogue. Writing is setup, writing is character development, writing is, you know, character conflict, construction. And when you look at the achievement of the prequels, and specifically the genius of this central question of how does the Republic become the Empire? How does Palpatine manipulate the situation? How does the Jedi Order fall? All of this is set up in this central conflict that George Lucas designed of the Clone Wars and Palpatine's master plan. And I think perhaps shocking to some people who think George Lucas is a very, you know, blunt, you know, writer at times, I think a lot of it, when it first came out, was too subtle for people because he put a lot of depth in there. And, you know, it's only over the past 20 years that people are realizing, dear God, he thought of everything, didn't he? The central, and it's only become much more tragically resonant because, as one of the things that's causing people to look back on is the idea of like, well, how does a democracy fall? How does a liberty die with thunderous applause? And you watch these movies and you see how, because George Lucas understood all of that and he put it into a form in these movies that we theoretically should be able to understand. And when people whine about like taxation of trade routes and, you know, like, or make it into like a meme or a joke, it's like, no, like that's an important line because it's effectively the setup for the larger discontent in the galaxy, the legitimate discontent that demagogues and or Sith Lords can manipulate to their own advantage. And in this case, Palpatine is a brilliant manipulator and mastermind, and so is Dooku. And so it plays out on this grand operatic scale as opposed to, say, some of the things might be going on in our current society. But I would say that this is, again, a feat of writing. And like scenes like this, one of the reasons I love this scene between Obi-Wan and Dooku so much is like, this is where you can distill it all down and see this is what George Lucas was trying to do.
Beyond just sort of like the political commentary, and by the way, like taxation of trade routes, I love the opening crawl to episode 1. You know, it's always been criticized, but I'm like, this is the beginning of the saga. Like, we're starting off with the galaxy in a state of peace. What do you think the opening crawl is going to talk about? Like, there's not currently an ongoing war to be all wound up. Like, we're in a time of peace, and so naturally the Jedi are being sent in to resolve, a smaller scale conflict. And I remember when the movie came out, first of all, we had talked 2 weeks ago about how my experience of that movie was just entirely blissful. Like, I hung on every word of that opening crawl. I loved it, and it all culminated with the Chancellor has secretly dispatched 2 Jedi Knights, the guardians of peace and justice in the galaxy, to settle the conflict. I loved it. It was just so wonderful and felt poetic, and all the stuff. So I never had an issue with that, and that kind of continues in this movie because the galaxy hasn't broken out into war yet, but it does have the bit about creating on capital letters Army of the Republic. It's like, there you go. That's more exciting for you all, I guess. Anyway, putting that aside and putting George Lucas seeding ideas about politics and talking about the real world and all that stuff. Also, he just didn't get enough credit for the world that he's set up in these films. And I'm not talking about just the Star Wars galaxy, because he did that with the original films, but you and I have both agreed multiple times in the past that the prequel trilogy is the most what's the word I'm looking for? It has the most depth out of any era of Star Wars, because there's so much going on. There's so much in terms of conflict and and world building and character depth and all this stuff. There's a reason why this is a well that the storytellers continue to go back to, because there is so much story to mine in the prequel era. And it's just so fascinating, because guess why? Because of the politics. And so, and maybe all of that didn't get wasn't borne out by the 3 films, because hey, guess what? They're 3 2-hour films, and that's not enough time to explore all the intricacies that ended up making this era set so fascinating. But guess what? This is these are the building blocks of everything that followed. And my admiration of that has only grown, over the past couple decades. And you go back and you watch this movie, this may be the most consequential film of the trilogy in terms of setting things up and world building. And because the first film is sort of setting up conflicts. The third film is all about paying off, Anakin's fall and the end of the war. But this is where all the machinations are going on. And so, okay, yeah. So certain performances don't work for me. I wish the love story was better, but plot wise, there's so much going on that is so fascinating. And I've always loved, the Obi-Wan mystery story in this film. And yeah, so it's just, I actually think that this film, maybe more than any other Star Wars film, showcases George's great strengths and his great weaknesses simultaneously, because he is not a very good dialogue writer. God bless him, he's not, but that's not all there is to writing. He's a magnificent storyteller. If you just look at the story of this film and what goes on, and then go look at Clone Wars, and like, contrary to what some people may love to believe, like, Clone Wars was not all the genius of Dave Filoni. Like, he had a lot to do with that show. And God bless, having Filoni and the other writers on to actually do the dialogue. But George, all those stories came from George. And so, like, that's the one thing that I will never, like, I will complain about a lot of things with George, but never about his abilities as a storyteller, because he's one of the best.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. And I think one of the reasons that the Star Wars films are some of my favorite films of all time, all of them, and why I have such reverence for George Lucas, apart from his just, being like the creator of it all and the man who, like, whose vision became reality. It's the fact that this guy, like, he really just understands these things on a fundamental level, like the story structure and myth, but also the granular details of politics. He's a brilliant guy. I don't say that word lightly. He is a brilliant man. And the part, and yes, he has his flaws and some things that he doesn't do quite as well. And some of that is also creative choice. One of he often will say that the reason the dialogue sounds the way it does is because he's modeling it off of these 50s pulp serials that he loved as a kid. I think that's true in part. I also do think that there is some dialogue that just, probably needed another pass. But I personally, the way that I respond to films, I will always give more respect and more, personal love in my own heart to a film that is incredibly ambitious and has real, like, thematic depth and ideas, even if it doesn't always execute those ideas, perfectly, and stumbles at a couple times, or if a movie is, like, inconsistent and has these incredibly high peaks but also a few valleys. I will generally, not always, but generally prefer that to a movie that executes everything absolutely perfectly, but never really reaches that high. There are a lot of, like, movies that are, like, they're just frankly not as ambitious. And if you study the technical craft, you would probably say they are better than Attack of the Clones. That's subjective. I can tell you I don't love those movies as much. I love this movie because it is so incredibly rich. And some of it is also just, it's fun. It's also a rip-roaring pulp adventure serial with a mystery thriller element and, an epic romance and incredible visuals. And this is the kind of stuff that I like. And for that reason, I am willing not to, like, brush other elements aside, but to say that, like, yes, if a certain scene or line of dialogue doesn't really work for me, I'm not going to reduce the movie to that. Part of my frustration with the dialogue around this movie is that, like, in today's meme-ified internet culture, everyone wants to reduce these things down to a single line or GIF that they can, snarkily post and basically say that this movie is now bad. And with this movie, like, there are a lot of lines that people do that with, most famously the one about sand, and I was like, yes, that's not the greatest line. That is not all this movie is. This movie is so much more. You need to operate on a higher level, or I'm just not going to care about your opinion at all.
That said, I will say that I will say that there is part of me that is like, but you know, meme culture has always like has also like added to some of my affection of these movies
Well,
as well,
yes, it's a
because
double sword.
yeah, because I do love the fact that there's certain lines that have sort of become immortal, you know, and maybe because they're not necessarily the best written lines, but now we can all like the fact that even Hayden Christensen gets in on the joke and chuckles at them. It's like it makes it so that okay, we're all at that place where we don't have to take it so seriously, and you know, and we can oh, if you hear my phone's ringing in the background, so I don't know if that's coming through, but just ignore it. So yeah, I don't know, it's you know, it helps and it hinders because it also like brings the conversation down to a lower level as well. But sometimes some of that stuff, you know, if it brings joy, it can be fun.
Oh yeah, I
Um,
know, and that's the idea. Like, you know, the prequel memes that sprung up around these movies. Like, yes, I think a lot of them were born of people like wanting to make fun of certain aspects. But when enough of when enough of that happens, like people oftentimes were willing to be like, you know what, I actually like love this line unironically now, and because they actually are engaging with the story, in that way. And not to throw meme culture under the bus, entirely, even though I have a lot of problems with it. What I have a problem with it is the reductiveness of it. The idea that like you can pick out a single line of dialogue from a movie that you don't like and put it up there as evidence that movie equals bad. If that's the way your mind is operating, then frankly, I think you're being unintelligent in the way you're talking about movies. If you're just saying like, yeah, this line's a little silly, let's have a laugh at it, that's totally fine.
yeah, well, and it's one of the reasons why I actually Star Wars prequel like meme culture may be the only meme culture that I like uh because it's you know it's celebrated, it's
Yeah.
done with affection. It may be like one of the few instances where you know where it's been reclaimed by the people who love the prequels as like part of the fun experience of like the fact that you know we'll post a gif of Palpatine going do it, you know, it like it's all part of the joy of that, and a lot of times the opposite is intended,
Yeah.
and it's meant to be cruel and say this is a meme because this thing sucks.
Yeah.
And with this, I feel like you know I don't know how they originated, but I would say prequel memes have definitely been like, uh, you know, taken back by, you know, by that generation, and you know, and now it's part of the fun experience
Yeah.
of the movies. And you don't see that very often. Usually, it's a force for negativity.
Yeah.
Um,
And I kind of think that a lot of that meme culture started because it wasn't considered socially acceptable to love the prequels, so people would get together and make fun of them. But then I think that actually kind of in a weird way became a refuge where people are like, yeah, we're making fun of this line, but like we actually kind of love these movies, don't we? And then like a lot of them people did, and then fortunately, as the prequel generation found their voice, they're actually just like, yeah, no, like we're not going to stand for people to like run us down in this way. Like we'll still like have fun with the memes, but like we actually are operating from a place of love. And I do feel that like, for instance, like some of the meme culture that's operated around the sequels right now, like I just hate, I despise.
yeah,
And I would hope that eventually like that becomes a little bit more like in the spirit of good fun with certain lines. like somehow Palpatine returned. Like when that can become more like the Sand Line as as something that people like poke fun of, but also like will ask Hayden Christensen questions about it in good spirit, at a premiere or something, then I will have more problem. As of now, like when someone like posts a meme or reaction of that line, I'm basically just like, fuck you.
Yeah. Okay, let's pause right here, do a mid-roll, and then I want to dive into, hey, let's talk about some of our main characters.
Yeah.
What a novel idea. But there's a lot, but I like the fact that we've tackled a lot of different things. We've sort of talked about the technology of the film, the thematic ideas, and we have talked about some of the performances, but I want to dive much more into that side of things when we come back. So we'll do the mid-roll. I just want to, first of all, thank everybody for coming in and joining us today. I love that we're going through these films and talking about Star Wars in a really fun way. And side note, like, I love the fact that these conversations have been, especially the conversation today, has been a lot different from the tack that I chose when I did the discussion of the Hobbit films, a couple of years ago, and one day we are going to go through that. I think it's very easy to take pot shots at films that are flawed. And which is not to say that, like, I think for me this movie is a bit flawed, but not necessarily for your mileage will vary on that. But for movies for which I have some issues with that aren't perfect, I feel that way about the Hobbit films, and even though we had a lot of fun on that stream, I do feel like I didn't set the bar high enough for myself on that one. And it was more about taking shots, and that doesn't really, that doesn't really do justice to how I truly feel about those films. So we'll rectify that at some point, but we're having a lot of fun doing these discussions on these films, and I think they're worthy of these films. So again, thank you all for coming to join us. Next week we'll be switching gears. We're going to be talking about the 2020 film Emma, the adaptation of the Jane Austen novel with Anya Taylor-Joy, riding that, the Furiosa wave, which, you might think those movies don't have anything in common. Oh, you're wrong, Miss Taylor-Joy. So yeah, we'll be having fun with that. Of course, like, I think we're going to stick to that, but it also depends on what happens this Tuesday with The Acolyte, because if it blows us away, we may have to have a conversation about when we want to start talking about that. Are you excited? Are you getting excited for The Acolyte?
Oh, I'm extremely hyped. Like everything I've seen from the show in terms of its promotional materials and from what I'm hearing from cast members, and particularly Leslie Headland as the creative, inspiration and showrunner. It all has me so excited. And I would be, I always get excited for new Star Wars, movies or shows. This is going to be something, distinct because, we're going back to an era 100 years before the Phantom Menace that has not really been explored in the same depth. And we, outside of the books and the High Republic novels, but even then it's this is going to be distinct from those. It's going to be its own thing, kind of like a mystery thriller kind of aspect, starring a lot of actors who I think are great, like Amandla Stenberg and Lee Jung-jae. And I just couldn't be more hyped for it because I have we're truly in an era where these characters, we're going to get to know them and learn their stories, but we're also going to get to see familiar elements that tie into some of the stuff that we've been talking about with these movies, with the prequels, you know, like the fact that how the Sith were able to operate in the shadows and rise to the point that they can overthrow the Jedi. This show is going to give us a little bit of insight into that, and I just think that's so cool.
One of the things that has me most excited about the show is the fact that it's coming from the mind of someone who, you know, as we kind of talked about, unironically loves the prequel films. And, you know, and to see a story coming from someone of that generation, you know, and that fully embraces the love of, you know, even though it's a different era, but I think we're gonna sort of feel that DNA, and that just gives me a lot of joy. I'm looking forward to, but I'm staying away from everything. Like they've been putting out a bunch of like TV spots and stuff, you know, on the YouTube channel, and like I'm not watching any of that stuff. Like I've seen enough promotional material. I'm like, I don't want to know anything else. Just give me the show. So yeah, I'm very excited. And Wheezy, like if you haven't seen that version, like do watch it. It's just, it really has been like one of my favorite films of the past few years, and I think it's one of the better Jane Austen adaptations because it's so irreverent and like it's just a lot of fun, and it's so funny. I'll talk about this more, but I'll just never get over the fact that this was the first live action thing that I saw Anya Taylor-Joy, and the only thing with her that I had seen previous to watching this was the Dark Crystal Age of Resistance. So it was so funny hearing that voice coming out of a real live person. But yeah, looking forward to talking about that. And yeah, it's so, and then following that, the week after, we'll be continuing. We'll be wrapping up our prequel discussions with Revenge of the Sith. So be sure you guys, you know, tune in for that one. That'll be fun to talk about, because even though I was still having I was still conscious of a lot of things that were issues for me in this movie, but I had learned lessons from the experience of this film, and knew where to sort of cut myself off in terms of like listening to things and reading things. And so I got to go into that movie with fresher eyes, and, you know, and I just think it's, you know, it's such a magnificent, you know, film, and one of the great Star Wars movies. So that'll be fun to get to. Yeah, I guess the only other thing I want to mention before we dive back in, I don't know if you've gotten to go out and see it yet, Jared, but you know, I know there's been a lot of talk about the box office and all that stuff. I did run out to see Furiosa last Tuesday, and like I loved the movie so much. You know, there's lots of reasons, you know, that could be talked about as to why the movie is not doing the numbers. You know, we all wish it was, but God, George Miller, you mad bastard. He's a genius. And so I feel like we will be talking about that movie at some point.
Yeah, I have not had the chance to see it yet, not because I don't want to. I very much do, just because with the move and everything, it's been, you know, busy times around here. I am going to make an effort to try to see it before next weekend, you know, when we talk about Emma. Again, because of the Anya Taylor-Joy connection, she is one of my favorite, you know, working actresses at this time, because of I just think that she's incredibly talented, but also makes very interesting creative choices. And this, you know, Mad Max prequel with, you know, as a young Furiosa with deranged Chris Hemsworth, you know, it's gonna be fun. I regret that, like, you know, we may not I don't know. We might have to wait for it to like come out onto, you know, physical media in order to actually talk about it. But if we love it, I would be happy to talk about that one for you.
Yeah, I'm like, unless I got to go see it again, like, yeah, like I wouldn't want to talk about it right now, cold. Like having seen it, you know, like I'm trying to think. I guess it was like a week and a half ago or something like that. There's so much in it, so many glorious details that I would want to brush up on. That, like, I definitely want to see it. You know, again before we talk about it, and if I can have it on home video before we actually have that discussion, so much the better, because then I can really dive into it. So we'll see. But yeah, anything else before we dive back in?
No, just to sum up. So Emma next week, unless the Acolyte absolutely knocks our socks off, and even if it does, we may still stick with Emma just because, you know, we want to talk about that movie too. Then Revenge of the Sith. Then we'll see, like we've talked about a couple other movies, like maybe Black Swan. But we will talk about the Acolyte at some point, unless like for whatever reason neither of us like it. I don't think that's going to be the case. It's just a question if we'll like split it at the mid-season point or talk about it at the end. But we'll let you know.
Oh yes, the forthcoming Black Swan stream. Gonna have to figure out a way to behave myself on that one.
Hopefully not too much. That's not a movie that rewards, you know, good behavior.
And speaking of which, let's dive into talking about our cast of characters, and we're better to start. And let's talk about Padme Amidala, played by one Natalie Portman. But I want to make sure I'm, you know, I'll behave it first, then we'll get into later conversations. Every time I go back to these movies, and especially like this one, and you know, we covered the Phantom Menace 2 weeks ago. I know that she took some heat, you know, at the time, and like the narrative is that, oh, she was revealed to be this amazing actress once she got clear of Star Wars, and I'm like, no, I don't. First of all, like most of the actors had like issues, you know, with these films, because as covered before, some of the dialogue wasn't so great, but also the new technology of like acting in front of green screens, that was still like, you know, new territory. And even though I think actors learned how to work with that, of sort of going back to their like theater days, I think it was still in those early days, it was really tough to do that, with actors being used to working much more on, like, you know, on big sets, which is not to say there aren't gorgeous sets, you know, in these movies. There certainly are, but it was just new territory. And so I rub up against the idea that, like, that she wasn't phenomenal in these movies. I actually think she conveys a lot. I think that she's, you know, somebody mentioned in the Slack the other day that, like, we were having a conversation about this, and like Padme as a character has so much charisma, and just such a wonderful character who we have a lot of affection for. And you know, you see how this character started off in the Phantom Menace being, you know, the ruler of a planet, you know, at such a young age, and here's, you know, 10 years later, and she's, you know, taking up her role as a senator in the Galactic Republic. Like, this is a kick-ass character who like stands for, you know, a lot, and can like really, you know, not only kicks butt as a character, but kicks butt as a character, and just, yeah, Padme is one of my favorite characters, in Star Wars. And also, like, if you guys haven't read like the Queen Shadow trilogy by E.K. Johnson, like, it, especially that first one, Queen's Shadow, which takes place between the Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, and really dives so much into Padme's character, the handmaidens, especially Sabe. It's just, there's so much. And I think discussions about Padme get overshadowed because of the way her character ended, which, yes, not the best. We'll talk about that, when we tackle Revenge of the Sith. But I don't think that should take away from just what an amazing character she was, and what a great job I think Natalie Portman really did. Like, these are the movies. These movies are why I became a fan of Natalie Portman. Like, without this, would I have followed her career later on when she went on to, to do stuff like Closer, Black Swan, Jackie, you name it. Like, I don't know that, I think that her performance in these movies not only is really strong, but it exposed a lot of, people to her as an actress. And we've all been rewarded as a result, to follow her throughout her career. So yeah, I love her in these films.
As do I. Padme Amidala is one of the great Star Wars heroines. One of the characters who has the clearest moral compass, one of the strongest wills. Someone who is, not only as brave and compassionate, but also wise and discerning. All the things that Obi-Wan says about her in that scene in Obi-Wan Kenobi that we love so much. It's, and Natalie Portman conveys all of that, in a very, perhaps measured for some way, but like, when you look at her, like, you can see just in those eyes, like, the spark of the fire of, intelligence and determination and, moral clarity that makes her such a formidable character. I think on the Phantom Menace stream, we talked a lot about the fact that, like, Palpatine's ideological foil in these movies is not really Yoda or the Jedi, it's Padme. She represents everything that he fears and is trying to undermine, because she believes it so strongly. And of course, she doesn't fully understand his true nature yet, but she is willing to stand up to him. This older senator from her home world, who has now become the chancellor of the republic that she serves. But what's the inciting incident of this movie? It's that the Separatists have broken away, and there's a lot of fear in the galaxy, fear that Palpatine is stirring up, and there's reports that they're going to try to, vote on whether or not they need to create an army of the Republic to protect themselves. And it's established right from the opening crawl that Padme is opposed to this. She does not want an army to be created, not because she's like a weak or a pacifist. We just saw her, take back her home planet in the Phantom Menace. She's opposed to us because she's like, these people have legitimate, issues. They're trying to express them. I want to talk to them and figure it out. And that's not going to happen if we start going to war with each other. So, yeah.
And by the way, talking about like her performance, one of her best scenes, unfortunately, ended up on the cutting room floor. It's a scene where she addresses the Senate, that takes place like right after the assassination attempt. And I've always been really upset that didn't make it into the movie, because she is fiery, she is passionate in that scene, and it really showcases like the fact that she is this thorn in Palpatine's side. Like, this young queen, from the boot was supposed to be this, figure that he could manipulate easily, and she ends up like, constantly standing in his way. And that's a beautiful scene. If any of you haven't seen it, go search for it on YouTube, or go look on, if you have the old Attack of the Clones DVD, check it out on there. Because it's one of my, not to mention, I wish I had a picture of it, but like her costume design for that scene was crazy and beautiful. And it's as often happens, some of those deleted scenes, end up you're like, darn it, stupid pacing, why'd that have to come out?
Yeah, unfortunately, like, I'm generally of the belief and trust creators when they say like deleted scenes tend to be deleted for a reason. And sometimes you'll watch a deleted scene and you're like, yeah, that just didn't work. I see why that got cut. Unfortunately, with the Attack of the Clones and also with Revenge of the Sith, Padme has a lot of great scenes that got cut from the movie purely, as you said, for like pacing reasons. And I do miss them when I watch the movie, because like not only the scene that you alluded to about her in the Senate, but also the scenes that I'm sure we'll talk about or allude to in a minute, the scenes with her family on Naboo. Like that's actually some of where we get to see like the connection that she and Anakin, their romance is starting to bloom. And
speaking of which, like a simple image didn't do with this, had to be a GIF. So there you all go.
Oh my God. Yeah. No. So I will say now.
Can I just leave this up for the whole stream, or are we okay with that?
Oh yeah. No. I mean, I want you to show some other images of her too, though. But leave it up there for as long as you want. So, and what I will say is, like, I think I mentioned on the Phantom Menace stream that Natalie Portman as Padme Amidala in the Phantom Menace was my first cinematic crush. And, at that stage, at 10 years old, it was very much kind of like a puppy love adoration. I won't deny that, like, when I saw this movie at 13 years old and Natalie Portman no longer having to hide behind like the regal makeup of Queen Amidala, just getting to be her beautiful, radiant self, I was hopelessly in love with her at this point, which again was another reason I could very much relate to Anakin. But I will say that the reason that I was so in love with Natalie as Padme was because of the character that she played, not just because she's an absolutely stunning woman, but because she was playing a very fierce and passionate heroine who, like, really kind of inspired me to like look for that quality in her and then other women and other heroines and other characters in other movies that I've loved. And I think she embodies it brilliantly. Like, and we want to, like, not just let it lapse into just how like gorgeous and breathtaking she is, like, in her general appearance. But I don't think it's unfair to say it. She is stunning. She is one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. And this movie showcases that element of it, not just because like the camera's on her and it's filming her, but also it frames her in such a way to show why she is such a hypnotic figure for Anakin, and why he has been in love with her since the moment he met her, and why he's willing to risk everything, risk his career as a Jedi for her, because, frankly, she's worth it, and he's not, even though, like, I think people reduce it to just it's like hot people being attracted to each other. Anakin's attraction to Padme runs deeper than that, and her attraction to him runs deeper than that. I'm sure, we'll talk about some of the issues with like the way the execution sometimes makes the way Anakin interacts with her feel a little bit off. But I don't think it's just that Padme falls in love with Anakin because she finds him attractive. I think that there are qualities in Hayden's performance as well that are meant to evoke things that Padme finds attractive in him as a person, and obviously her qualities that he finds attractive are manifest and obvious. So I actually think that the love story works quite well as an epic, sweeping romantic love story in aggregate, even if there are some elements of the execution that stumble at times. And of course, it helps more than a bit that they get a big assist from old Johnny Williams and the love theme across the stars, because it's
just about to mention that because I do have some, we'll talk about that in a bit here. I do have some issues with the love story, but by God, so much heavy lifting is done to absolute perfection by John Williams. Across the Stars is one of the, if not the greatest piece of Star Wars music ever written. I know on the Phantom Menace discussion, we talked about Duel of the Fates, maybe, but I'm a romantic at heart. So like from the very first time I heard that theme, I was like, oh God, it evokes just like grand romantic, traditions. And it's just like you hear that and you can't help but like go, oh, it's beautiful. And and honestly, I can almost blame John Williams a little bit for the fact that the romance itself doesn't quite measure up, because I listened to the soundtrack first and I was like, oh my God, if this film is as good as the score is, it'll be one of the greatest films ever made. And the fact that, in my mind, no, it didn't get there, but it's just like, but that's a testament to how breathtaking this score is. And this theme in particular, it's just like, Attack of the Clones may be one of my most repeated listens as far as Star Wars soundtracks go. It is just breathtaking.
Yeah. No, there are so many great tracks. In general, I mean, I adore the music in every Star Wars movie, the prequel trilogy especially. Across the Stars is unequivocally a top 5, track across all 9 episodic movies that John Williams scored for this franchise. It is, it's romance with a capital R, like grand sweeping, view of it. And I personally think that that fits. One of the reasons it's so powerful is not just because it's a gorgeous piece of music, but because that it fits for both the nature of the love story, which is between these two characters, which is a forbidden love in many respects. The idea that Across the Stars is meant to signify that these two characters are there's a great distance between them that they're yearning to cross because of the feelings that they have for one another. But there are obligations and barriers that have been put in the way. The fact that Anakin is a Jedi and he's not supposed to have romantic attachments in that way. Although I really do want to dig into his scene with her where he talks about the nature of that, because I think it's actually a great scene as well. And Padme is, she's devoted her life to her duty. When they talk about the fact that she was one of the youngest queens ever elected, not the youngest, but one of the youngest, and that she served 2 terms. The people wanted her to keep serving as queen, and she respectfully declined. But then the queen asked her to continue to serve her planet as senator. And she's what I think meant to be 20,
24, yeah,
24 in this movie. And when you think about all that she's done with her life, not, the fact that she was queen, the fact that she's now a senator, the fact that when they talk about, I mentioned those deleted scenes, when they're in the bedroom and she talks about from the time she was 9 years old, she was working with a relief group and trying to resettle refugees from a dying planet. And then she was an apprentice legislator. And you're realizing look at everything that this woman has accomplished in her life at 24 years old, which is, it makes her even more impressive in that way. But it also kind of brings another element to her character, which is this is a woman who has given her entire life to serving others. And, they allude to in those deleted scenes, she's never really had a home of her own. It's always been an official residence. That's why she still will stay with her parents. She alludes to the fact that she had a crush on some boy named Paulo, when she was younger, but clearly nothing came of that. Like, this is a woman who has never allowed herself to have that connection because, not because it was illegal for her, but because she was like, I'm giving my life to something more. And I think one of the elements that actually does come through with the love story and then is built on in the Clone Wars is the idea that, like, when Padme, starts to have this attraction to Anakin, that comes as a surprise to her because she knew him as a young boy. But now he's a fully grown man. And, she feels that attraction naturally. But then she resists it. But then what we see throughout this movie is that she allows herself to fall because she's, this is something that she has never allowed herself. She's been, she's effectively forced to hit a pause on all the work that she's been doing. And once she does, she falls, and she falls hard. And that, like, it becomes her personal kind of claim that, like, I have not allowed myself to have anything like this, but now I will. And it's a journey for her. And, like, I'll let you get back to, like, talking about some of the more, like, details of it. But, like, for instance, there's an episode of the Clone Wars that I really love called Shadow Warrior, not the episode of Ahsoka of the same name, but the one where effectively the Gungans are possibly considering joining the Separatists, and but they managed to actually turn on Grievous and capture him. And it's something Palpatine did not plan on. And he is like, we need to fix this. And so he has Dooku captured Anakin, and then he presents to Padme the opportunity. I will trade you the leader of the Separatist droid army for this man who Palpatine knows is her husband. And Padme wouldn't do it if she would, like, if it didn't make that military sense. But she does it because this is the one time in her entire life when she, as a human woman, is allowing her heart to rule over her head. And I think that is part of what we're meant to understand. That, like, perhaps this is not the smartest decision that either of them could have made, but they let themselves fall in love in this way. And they decide, and unfortunately, there ends up being tragic consequences to it later, but it is meant to be kind of a beautiful thing that, like, these people are willing to, make that sacrifice for each other. And the evil around it is not the fact that these two people fell in love. It's that they're part of institutions and larger forces that are basically saying, you can't do this. And most of that seems to come more from Anakin's side because of the idea that he's a Jedi. Jedi aren't supposed to have these romantic attachments. But Padme is in that box too, and ultimately she breaks out of it.
Yeah, oh God. Like, obviously it's more complicated than this, but of course the common joke, and I go to this refrain myself. It's like, oh, Anakin, who cares about being a Jedi? You got gorgeous Natalie Portman before you. Just give that up and just go off and be with her. But of course, it is his entire life, and it's he's grown up with the Jedi, and like this is his path, and so it does mean a lot to him, and Padme knows that, and so they're just both in very difficult positions, and then of course, and who knows, maybe Anakin would have made the decision, let's just go in, but then war breaks out. And and they both feel it's their duty to serve in the ways that they can to, to restore the Republic. And so, yeah, it all becomes very complicated when it should have been very simple for these two. And it's never allowed to be. And I will say that, like, talking about the Clone Wars, like, that's where the romance for these two really clicked for me. I think that I don't want to move on to Anakin just yet, but and this is no I don't lay this at the feet of Hayden Christensen at all, but I do feel like Anakin was a character that they didn't really like land on the way to make him click as a character until they got to Clone Wars. I think, at least not like to the degree that he ultimately did. Um, and so as a result, like that's where for me, like I get the love and affection that they both have for one another, because they're in Clone Wars, you see how equally like matched they are. They're actually a really good fit together, and yeah, and just by the time you get to that scene between the two of them in season 7, you know, where they're talking, just before everything starts to really go downhill. It's just so beautiful, and I will say everything that they did in that show, the effect that it has on Revenge of the Sith, and we're definitely going to talk about that with that film, because it completely transforms everything about your understanding of those characters. But yeah, but Padme for me though as a character is someone who like has been on a like solid foundation from day one. When you first see her in Phantom Menace, I think that like she was just so fully formed and such an inspiring character, and especially like I said, read those Padme books, because they just really delve into so much of her sense of duty, and it's amazing like how much that drives her, especially in the first novel takes place between the Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, so like personal sacrifice is not on her agenda in that book. And it just goes to show you that everything kind of really shifts for her in a huge way when she is reunited with Anakin, which, and by the way, that's one of my favorite anecdotes from the author, E.K. Johnston, of those books, is that I was at a book signing where she was talking about, the book and her history with the prequels and stuff. And she said that she loves that opening scene in Attack of the Clones where they're reunited, and at first her reaction is saying, oh my god, it's this young kid I knew from 10 years ago, and then like 2 seconds later when he starts talking to her, it cuts back to her with this very like nervous look on her face, and she said her understanding of that was that's the oh no, he's hot look.
Yeah, which is undoubtedly part of it, and there are like great moments. Like I also, for those of you who ship Reylo, I love that moment in The Force Awakens where Kylo takes off his helmet and Rey kind of has a little bit of a blink moment where you can imply that it's like oh he's hot. But it's in this case, it's like part of that shock for Padme of like seeing that Anakin has grown up, and is now played by Hayden Christensen instead of Jake Lloyd, is that like, Anakin says that she's forgotten about me completely. She hasn't. It's clear. She hasn't been holding the same like crush on him that he clearly has for her.
And as a matter of fact, what you get from the Queen's Shadow book is that, in fact, she's been working hard to try and solve the slavery issue, particularly on Tatooine, and to help Anakin in that way. Her mind has very much been on Anakin. you know, and which, by the way, and that's more than the Jedi ever do for poor Anakin. Like, that was one of the things watching this. I'm like, really? In 10 years, y'all couldn't be bothered to go free one slave? It's not their shining moment.
But it is something that, you know, that Padme gets involved with, and Sabe as well.
Yeah.
Can't forget our beloved Sabe either.
Yeah.
But you know what it is that Padme is now like learning to see Anakin in a different light. And at the start, I think she is a little bit startled by just the intensity of his feelings for her, because, you know, I'll lay it out there. Like, Anakin can come across as a little overbearing in some of these interactions, which I think is why some people feel fairly that some of his interactions tilt a little bit more towards the creepy, you know, side. And I think that there is an element of execution in that from like the dialogue. And I do think, as much as I adore Hayden Christensen's performance, and we'll talk about it extensively, like, I do think he was having some, you know, struggles with the material on that front in this movie. But like, his passion for her is very real, and it's authentic in like a very pure way. And he's grown up in an order that has not taught him how to deal with those feelings. They do not give you classes about how to, you know, how to charm a woman in the Jedi Temple, because it's not something that's on their agenda. So he feels these feelings, he feels them very strongly, and the intensity of those feelings is something that takes Padme aback, because she can sense it, and Anakin's not really like trying to hide it from her. But that is part of that intensity of passion is one of the things that makes her attracted to him. You know, again, sometimes he is a little bit overbearing. Like, I do think the scene where like he's looking at her and she asks him to stop looking at her, like that, you know, because it makes her feel uncomfortable. That's an element of like the execution of that scene was not there. But in particular, there are other scenes where he is like demonstrating that same passion, where I actually think are the moments that we're meant to see her feelings truly change. And I alluded to the scene earlier on the refugee ship, where they're having that conversation about, you know, it must be difficult for you to have sworn your life to the Jedi, not being able to do the things you like or see the things you like, and or be with the people that I love, Anakin says. And Padme asks him with like a smile, but like an earnest smile, "Are you allowed to love? I thought that was forbidden for a Jedi." And Anakin, you know, he responds, which some might consider the stilted. I actually think it's one of the best and most thematically rich passages in the entire movie, when he says, "Attachment is forbidden. Possession is forbidden. Compassion," which I would define as unconditional love, "is central to a Jedi's life. So you might say that we are encouraged to love." And Padme has a genuine smiling reaction to that, because that she sees that Anakin is an incredibly compassionate character. She remembers that from when he was a kid, you know, and he basically volunteered to help her and, you know, helped her people like throw off the yoke of the Trade Federation and like got them off Tatooine and all that stuff. He's the same character, and now she's seeing that in a different light. And that intensity of passion and compassion is one of the things that she is attracted to in him, and the fact that he can't really hide it from her is another element of that attraction, I think, because she spends all her time around politicians who are constantly hiding how they really feel, and this is a little bit more of a raw, authentic experience. And I think that is a moment where I think she actually starts to delve a little bit more into her feelings for him, because we get into some of the scenes where, you know, with her family and then on Naboo, like she is clearly like struggling with the fact that like she's having those feelings now. It's not a question of like her just being like startled, like she may be denying it to her family, but she is attracted to him at this point, and he is obviously attracted to her. And I do think that part of the, obviously it's also colored by what we know happens. And that line I mentioned, you know, when Anakin says attachment is forbidden, compassion or possession is forbidden, compassion is central to a Jedi's life, so we're encouraged to love. The tragedy of their love story is that Anakin forgets that part of it. You know, the idea that, you can love someone, truly love someone, but you cannot possess them because you are afraid to lose them. That is the reason Anakin falls in Revenge of the Sith, is because he forgets what he tells Padme in this scene. Hey, Cassie. He forgets that, you know, Padme, like the fact that he couldn't stand to lose Padme is not a reason that justifies him doing all these horrible things. You know, he needed to love her selflessly, as he does now, but ultimately that love is corrupted.
I do want to like make a comment that like is tangentially related to this. Just what Anakin says there, and I think that it's sort of subconsciously been one of those things that settled in my mind over the years, and I think I've heard other similar ideas that probably added to this. But I've always actually really loved the line. Compassion, which I would define as unconditional love, is central to a Jedi's life. I've always like really sort of solidified around that notion of compassion being this unconditional thing, and an unconditional love. And it's something that like I think I have always sort of subconsciously aspired to, even though I have my moments of failing at that. But I sort of love that this is something that comes from Anakin, that this is his interpretation of what the Jedi have taught him. And it is a Jedi teaching to have compassion for all living beings. And there aren't conditions placed on that, you know. And I guess sort of subconsciously, I've always tried to be a Jedi, I guess. And that's a hard thing to do as a human, because we all, you know, have those moments where we, you know, hold grudges, or we, you know, have feelings, you know, against somebody, but it's trying to remember to hold on to those Jedi teachings. And so I love that, at least at this point, that's a part of Anakin. And it shows that, you know, if circumstances had just been different, he hadn't gone along a certain path, like, this is someone who really wants to be good and wants to do right by, you know, by the people that he goes out to help. And so, yeah, it's just this tragedy that, you know, these two sides of Anakin are always at war with each other. And we do see the possessive side of Anakin take root more and more as the story progresses. And that's just such a tragedy. You know, because I think Padme does see the part of him that is selfless, you know, even though there's a big part of Anakin, obviously, that is very selfish. But I think that, you know, you can't have one without the other with Anakin. We as fans have learned that, like, you know, the Anakin has a lot of, you know, virtues and moments where we're like, that's a hero. But then, unfortunately, then the Vader side of him is also there. And that's what's so wonderful about getting to see Anakin post Return of the Jedi in new storytelling. Even though, yes, he puts up a display of being Vader for Ahsoka, but obviously underneath that, that's not part of who he is anymore. And I think when we see him, you know, at the end of the Ahsoka first season, like I've talked before about how rewarding that was, and part of that is seeing Anakin finally overcome that darkness within himself and be the hero that he wanted to be, and that, you know, we've always believed he had the capacity to be, and he does, you know, unfortunately it's in death but he does get to take control of himself and be that person that he's truly meant to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's complex. He contains multitudes because ultimately, as we know, Anakin and Vader are one and the same, and the impulses that lead to the creation of Vader are impulses that Anakin had, but they're also shaped by circumstances. I think back to the line that we mentioned, that earlier scene where Obi-Wan talks to Luke about the Clone Wars and A New Hope. He has another very evocative and powerful line in that scene where he talks about Luke's father, and he says he was the best star pilot in the galaxy and a cunning warrior, and he was a good friend. And I feel like we do see that in these movies, and as much more detail in the Clone Wars. I think where some people sometimes get frustrated is that they sometimes feel the disconnect, particularly in the relationship with Obi-Wan in this movie. But my response, and I get that, but I think my response to that is we have to bear in mind the fact that when we see Anakin in Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, we are also seeing him at a period where he's experiencing some of the worst things that will ever happen to him in his life.
I always say that we're experiencing Anakin in these movies. Obviously, the movies themselves span a certain amount of time, but I always joke and say we're seeing Anakin on his 2 worst days. and it's just unfortunate, and I don't want to say that that's insignificant. I think that I think that George could have done things to make it work better. I don't think within the films we see enough of definitely Anakin and Obi-Wan's relationship I think could have been done better just with the films. And I think we don't get to see enough of Anakin as the hero that we get to see in the Clone Wars. I would have liked to see that, but also now it's all water under the bridge because we have the Clone Wars, and it's impossible for me to divorce that from this. I talked before about I don't lay any of this at the feet of Hayden Christensen, which I especially now, because he has done some astonishing work between Obi-Wan Kenobi and Ahsoka. His performances in both of those shows was just out of this world, and so none of this is his fault, but he has to play Anakin at moments that they're just not going to endear him to a lot of the audience. In this movie, he has to bridge the gap between Jake Lloyd and then Darth Vader, while also being an angsty teen falling in love. I'm sorry. I think in retrospect, I think he handled that about as good as possible. And that's just my own perspective of issues I have with the way the character is written. There's a lot of people for whom this characterization of Anakin worked perfectly fine, and there are people who fell in love with Anakin as a character just purely based off of this film and Revenge of the Sith, and I think that's great. I unfortunately was not one of those people. It did take Clone Wars to make me fall in love with Anakin as a character, but I don't want to take away from the experience that others have had, and I'm really glad for that. But it also gives me so much joy that now he's gotten to play different facets of Anakin. I mean, the Anakin that we see in Ahsoka, that is so Clone Wars Anakin. And he did such an amazing performance. I love little beats when it shows them in the midst of you know, the Clone Wars flashback, and Ahsoka is like, "This is the Clone Wars," and he goes, "Yeah, no kidding." Like, that is so Anakin from that period, and like he does such a great job with that. So, like, yeah, all props in the world to Hayden Christensen, because I don't think he's always had the easiest job as Anakin. Just he had to play him at very difficult points in his life, and none of that at all is his fault. And like I said, just because it didn't work for me, it clearly worked for a lot of people, because there's so many people who didn't like you know, just fall in love with Hayden's interpretation of Anakin through like the new material. They loved him and they were excited to have him back because of his work in these films. So and I love that the prequel generation coming back with a vengeance and reclaiming what they love. And honestly, like I've said before, if I was just a little bit younger, I don't think I would have been bothered by some of the, like, you know, things like some stilted dialogue here and there. Like, I don't think that would have registered for me. I honestly feel like, so there's part of me that just wishes I had been just a couple of years younger with these films. But that said, I still enjoyed them tremendously as it was. So.
Yeah, as someone who is a couple years younger when I saw these movies, like I was one of those, you know, fans who loved Hayden Christensen's performance. You know, I actually think a lot of my recognition of certain elements of the execution that didn't work quite as well came later, once I became more sophisticated in my understanding of like the way actors modulate their performance in certain scenes and like the dialogue and also just social context. But I do think that like Hayden has always had a grasp on the tormented, conflicted heart of the character, because he is someone who, as Jameson Horton says in the chat, has always been extra because he's just very passionate and forthright. And Tommy has it right here. The idea that Obi-Wan and Anakin's relationship, you know, in that sequence under stress where they're like bickering and bantering back and forth to each other, that is a great dynamic of the idea that, like, you know, because they're clearly like, you know, good friends, even if they're teasing each other, you know, and even if Obi-Wan's frustrated with Anakin at times, but it feels very naturalistic in that sense. I do think that like Anakin, the depth of Anakin's passion, which is, you know, grounded in the fact that he like has all this compassion and feelings, but has really not been given the tools to deal with them in the best way, is where some of that tension starts to emerge. Because the idea that, you know, he is going through two things in this movie. He's going through his attraction to Padme, who he has just been reunited with after 10 years, and he's dealing with the visions of losing his mother that ultimately come true. And early on, he tries in a strange way to talk to Obi-Wan about both of those things. He mentions the fact that he's having these visions about his mother possibly dying, and Obi-Wan, a great Jedi, great character, but not his best moment. He basically says, they're dreams pass in time. And then Anakin like talks about the fact he's having these feelings for Padme, and Obi-Wan's basically like, shut that down, you're a Jedi. And that's not what Anakin needed to hear in those moments. You know? So unfortunately, going forward, he doesn't talk to Obi-Wan or any of the other characters about these things.
It's like, dude, could you just be a bro for a second?
Yeah, exactly. And one of the things that I've loved in this larger expanded storytelling we've gotten is the explicit confirmation that Obi-Wan is not blind. He knows there is something going on between Anakin and Padme. It's just that he doesn't engage with it in such a way that is helpful to Anakin, because unfortunately he never feels comfortable, you know, telling Anakin, like, I know you're in love with this woman and that's okay. Like, we'll figure this out. Yeah, exactly. This line. There's also a scene in the Clone Wars where he tries to open up about his own complicated relationship with Satine. And Anakin isn't really willing to meet him there, because ultimately the idea is that Obi-Wan, as a Jedi, someone who's very devoted to the Order, is not going to say to Anakin, yes, you can get married to this woman and still stay in the Order. And because Anakin never feels he can tell Obi-Wan that, that's where a schism emerges. And the loss of his mother, like, it really can't be overstated just how pivotal and devastating of a loss that is for Anakin, because we saw how much he loved his mother in the Phantom Menace. And to, the fact that he had to leave her when he was 10, he never saw her again until moments before her death. He had these visions of the death that he could have prevented. He finally allows himself to go and try to get her, and then he loses her. That would break anyone, or almost anyone, I should say. There are characters like Obi-Wan who have managed to endure such loss, but Anakin is clearly not at that point. Losing his mother in this way is the inciting event that creates this overwhelming fear of loss that allows his love, his very pure love for Padme, to eventually curdle into I cannot lose her the way I lost my mother. And that's what leads to his fall to the dark side. So it's not just in people like to make fun of the whole, I killed them all, they're dead, every single one of them, the women, the children too. People like to meme that. It's, and understandably why, because like he's telling these things to Padme, and it's funny to basically say, girl, run away. But the reason is that he is clearly devastated that he did this. This is part of the reason he's upset in this scene. And Padme sees that, and she wants to comfort him because she loves him.
Yeah, it's kind of, I go back and forward on sort of how I feel about the scene. I think that there's a bit more dialogue in the script that kind of, more of, Anakin saying how, like, why am I so angry? And it's, once again, these things sort of get cut down in the edit. It's not the smoothest transition in the world, but I will say that speech by Anakin, I killed them all. Actually, I think it's one of Hayden's strongest moments in the entire film. I think it's haunting. I think it's incredibly well delivered. And it really shows like his sort of both his ferocity and his, his guilt and, all these mixture of feelings. Like, and it's the moment when it feels like, oh, this is the guy who will turn into Darth Vader. Again, like I said, the transition to like, I wish they'd done a little bit more with, getting Padme to that moment of, sitting beside, and they did add a little bit more in the DVD version. In the original theatrical version, it's much more abrupt than it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, like, I mean, we've established before that this movie, like, I think sometimes the execution is a little rough in areas, but there's absolutely beautiful ideas at play, and if you go with what's intended here is that this admission of this horrific act, and Padme, who can see the pain and what brought that, and the fact that he responded to the death of his mother, and that he's feeling like this, force, no pun intended, that's been unleashed from him, and she can see that this is someone who, as horrific as what he's just admitted to is, he's someone who needs compassion in that moment and to pull him back. And so, yeah, so if the execution is not as perfect as it potentially could be, I think underlying what's intended there is still very strong. And but I do think it's actually one of Hayden's strongest moments performance-wise.
Yeah, and I think that's, again, this is kind of also part of where the whole grand opera nature of this storytelling comes into play, because it's understandable that like someone who had just lost one of the most important people in the world to them in this horrible, brutal, violent way would want to lash out at the world. And because Anakin happens to have great power, and in this epic mythic story, he does it. He actually does cut down the people who killed his mother. And, you know, but it's not as Eric says in the chat, it works. That scene works because it's clearly pitched as like Anakin is doing something cool or badass here. It's a horrific act. And he knows it's a horrific act, and he regrets it deeply. All the more so because at this stage, like this is before the book of Boba Fett that gave us like the depth of like the Tusken.
Oh, it's
people.
it's even more.
It's still horrific, even though they're like the Tuskens are much more one-dimensional.
Well, and actually, I will say that one of the things that I didn't laugh at it, but it came across as odd, which I guess it shouldn't have, because every culture is, has their, like, it's not they were just going to be some monolithic, that have all fully grown adult males. But because of my concept in my head of what the Tusken Raiders were from like the original Star Wars, when this idea of women and children Tusken Raiders, back then seemed like an odd thing for me to grasp, of like that there were, because I did kind of view the Tusken Raiders as, they're, I wouldn't say monsters like Anakin says, but definitely they're antagonistic. They do horrible things. And that's still true for certain sects of, the Tusken Raiders, but getting to see their actual culture over the course of both The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett, and actually getting to see those younger Tusken Raiders, and and all, like, it does add to the horrific nature of that, because we actually get to see that firsthand. And it's another one of those things where future storytelling, has greatly impacted, which is, I'm not saying that it wasn't absolutely horrific in 2002 watching the scene, but further storytelling has just served to make it even more horrific.
Yeah. And even in Legends, before we got this new added depth of canon storytelling, one element from like Legend stories I always loved is this incident kind of becomes a legendary myth in Tusken culture about a mysterious, figure who wields a blue sword and brings death. Like, it becomes like a Tusken ghost story. And and I think that that's incredibly evocative as well, because that also shows us the Tusken culture, and also underscores the fact that like Anakin did kill like people, and the extent to which it is treated as a horrific act is one of the reasons why, like, in that scene where he confesses this to Padme and she goes to his side and comforts him as opposed to running away, it's because that you had mentioned that they kind of cut an element out of the theatrical release at the back in the DVD. It's that line where Padme says, he tells him to be angry is to be human. And Anakin says, I'm a Jedi. I know I'm better than this. And like that line, like, it was a mistake to cut it out of the theatrical version. That line makes the scene better. And also, like, I'll note that, like, for instance, Attack of the Clones was the first, movie, or first Star Wars movie where I read the novelization in close proximity to seeing the movie. And like that novelization goes into like what Padme is thinking during this scene. And like, she's horrified by Anakin's actions, but she can see that like there is a man here who she is in love with, who is lost, and like desperately needs someone to like, help him or while he's adrift. And she becomes that person. Like, she's like, I want to help him. And so she does, and that's the kind of thing I think Natalie conveys in her performance, but because it's not explicitly on screen, some people might find it a little incongruous.
We've been through this with other franchises. apparently don't want subtext. They want hit you over the head with a hammer text.
Yep. No, it's one of those things that it's a contradiction in audiences where, like, if you give it to them, they're going to be like, that was too on the nose, I didn't need that. But then if you don't give it to them, sometimes they're going to miss the point. Yeah. And not obviously not everyone did, but it's such an important scene because, obviously it is a devastating act. It's the moment that shapes Anakin's life going forward because, when we see them at the funeral scene where, like, another kind of, like, understated but, like, beautiful moment, like when they're having their funeral for Shmi with Owen and Beru and Klieg there and Padme as well. And Anakin basically goes and he quietly kneels on his mom's grave and he basically says, I wasn't strong enough to save you, Mom. I wasn't strong enough, but I promise I won't fail again. And that really becomes the driving mission of his life. The idea, and unfortunately, the idea that gets corrupted with his idea that if he becomes strong enough, if he becomes powerful enough, he will be able to stop these horrific acts from happening again, prevent the people he loves from dying. And that is the desire and the fear that Palpatine seizes on.
Yeah, it's like I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, the Jedi are awful. I don't fall in line with that whole argument of they're actually the villains of the story. And no, that's rubbish. But again, going back to this idea of the fact that they didn't go rescue Shmi for Anakin, it's like one of their like fatal mistakes because if you remove this horrifying event from Anakin's journey, things I think unfold much differently. And who knows what kind of impact like that would have also had on just his upbringing and his training with Obi-Wan, just to know, like, yeah, obviously, yes, attachments are forbidden. So he would have been like separated from his mom in that way, but just to know that she was okay, like, think of the impact that would have had on him growing up. Just that peace of mind.
Yeah, and this is one of the ways where the loss of Qui-Gon in the Phantom Menace is a critical factor, because Qui-Gon was there. He saw the relationship between Anakin and his mother. For the rest of the Jedi, even for Obi-Wan, it's more of a theoretical construct because all of the other Jedi were taken from their families at such a young age that they don't have that same sentimental attachment to, the idea of their birth family. Like there's that scene in Obi-Wan Kenobi where he talks about, he just has glimpses of who his family was, his mother's shawl, his father's hands. He vaguely remembers he had a brother. Like that's very different from Anakin, who grew up and knew his mother for the first 9 years of his life. They were all they had to each other. And then to be separated from that, it is one of the reasons that the Jedi didn't want to train him in the first place. But once they did and they agreed to do that, then this was an area where they needed to probably have better emotional understanding. And this is an era where, like, again, the Jedi being heroic characters, but a flawed institution, their idea that, like, we have to be selfless and giving to the entire galaxy, so we can't devote ourselves to one person. Yeah. I would have loved that. We joked last week, and that I kind of like to headcanon that Qui-Gon and Shmi have a little something on the side. But,
oh no, this just made my day. It really did.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just that, like, they don't like it becomes this idea that, like, because we need to be selfless and giving to all others, it's like, well, we can't have attachments. Attachments are bad. Attachments lead to the dark side, and ironically, that ends up sealing Anakin's fate.
Yeah. God, we haven't even talked about. We haven't even dived into. Oh wait, this is gonna be a long. This is one of our long ones. Before we move on to talking about Obi-Wan, like I feel like we did, Padme's character justice, and you touched on a little bit. Let me just like give me a couple minutes here to just be like, oh my god, like. This is one of those instances where the camera loved an actress because dear god, Natalie Portman was just a pure vision, in this film in particular, and like alluded to the fireside scene. Just no words. Really don't have any words. We joked in the Slack. I was like, there was dialogue in this scene.
Yeah. Some might wish there wasn't, but I like it actually.
Well, and I made the joke. I'm like, honestly, Anakin is lucky he can get anything out.
Yeah.
Like, and of course, George designed this dress for Padme in this scene, and like I'm just gonna say, you can tell that a man designed this, but thank god that he did. And I still say it's one of the most gorgeous costume designs in all of Star Wars, and yeah.
No, and I when I joked earlier about the fact that I was 13 years old when I saw this scene, we were having fun in the Slack where I said, like, George Lucas creates one of the most, gorgeous dresses in the entire, trilogy of films, perhaps not the most practical, but certainly a beautiful dress, puts it on one of the most beautiful women in the entire galaxy, and then shoots them by firelight in an intimate setting. Me and my 13-year-old hormones had no goddamn chance in this scene. I was enraptured. I would not have been able to talk. I think what Anakin says ends up actually being far more, eloquent than I certainly would have been able to muster in that position. It's a very romantic scene in the way it's coded, and obviously the fact that Anakin is so forthright with his feelings is an element that some people push back on, because frankly most people are too afraid in real life to pour their heart out to somebody like this, so it comes across as a little bit awkward, because it is. Padme is taken aback by the depth of his feeling for her, because no one has ever told her that they loved her this much in this way. And it's a lot for her to process. But she still has those feelings for him too. Very noticeably, she is regardless of the way we feel about each other, she admits it there to him for the first time. But that she is the one who brings up the idea that, the institutions we're both a part of are not going to allow this to happen. And Anakin raises the idea that it could be a secret, and she basically says that they'd be living a lie. And Anakin, to his credit, recognizes that, yes, it would destroy us to do that. The fact that they go on to do it anyway is meant to be beautiful, but also tragic, because they, this kind of epic romance is the kind of thing that can't be contained.
All right. I'm just gonna come out and say it. Judge me if you will, but I'm gonna say that young me possibly may have read some Star Wars fan fiction when I was younger. But we don't need to go into any more details. But this and the the scene inspired a lot of thought. Yeah. Okay. No, but talking seriously for a second, watching the scene again, I'm actually not as down on the dialogue as I was back in 2002. It's because, okay, again, jokingly, but also quite serious, Anakin's lucky to be able to even speak in that scene because she looked so unbelievably gorgeous. But also, this is a guy who really doesn't know how to do anything but be completely open and honest. Like, he's pouring out his honest feelings. It's not elegant, but he doesn't have any experience with, like, casual flirting or whatever. Is like he tried his attempt at that earlier, and it shows how inept he is with that, with the the sand line. So all that's left to him is to just wear his heart on his sleeve and just and say what comes to mind. And and I actually really love Padme's, like, you can feel like her awkwardness in that, because it's, but also like, I always love that, like, she wears this dress at the most inopportune moments in Star Wars. Like, she wears it in this scene where she's telling Anakin, we can't be together, but also look how hot I am. And then also there's a scene in, I think, season 5 of Clone Wars, with her and, who is that douche, that was interested in her?
Rush Clovis.
Rush Clovis. And like, she wears that dress in like a scene with him. It's like, Padme, I know you love that dress, but like, you got to be careful about like, the different messages you're sending out.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the kind of thing where you're like, we don't want to say that like Padme is wearing like, this kind of beautiful clothing, to like draw Anakin in, and like he's, and therefore she's inviting him. But it's like, because obviously that
I think there may be something subconscious. I
yeah.
think there may be something subconscious. She's not doing it intentionally, but it's but sometimes like you do the wrong thing, without realizing it, and and picking. And actually, like, to be clear, like, I don't think she plans this out, because this is the full dress, and it's very elegant, but it's like, once you then they go to the room with the fireplace, and she just nonchalantly removes one part, and it's like, oh yeah, I didn't plan this out very good.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like, again, she is clearly attracted to Anakin, and whether or not she is like trying to encourage him or not, like, she is dressing this way around him because, one, that's the way she wants to dress, and two, because she is enjoying this dynamic as well. Like, this is not a case of where Anakin is entirely like pushing on her, and she's trying to push back in a way that says like, stop this. Like, she would be more direct in that way. Like, she's saying we can't do this, but like when they're in the meadow, having their scene, like, she's having a great time with this. Even when he, shares some questionable political views and then plays it off as a joke, like, she's enjoying this conversation. She's enjoying this dynamic. She's getting to be
that's also the scene where we get the trademark Natalie Portman perfect smile.
Yes.
Like, God, when she smiles, she just lights everything up.
Oh yeah, she's radiant. And speaking of a meme that I like, the scene, I enjoy the meme that comes from this scene where it's like, you're gonna say that you don't think a dictatorship is a good idea, right? You're gonna say that, right? I don't know if you've seen that. But yeah, he does, and I don't think it's meant to be the idea that like Anakin is actually at that point yet, but it is meant to show that he has those instincts. Again, the idea that like power and might make right. And
you mentioned earlier, but one of the instances of it's sort of nonchalantly, like, bringing up this notion of Anakin's like sort of political ideas that he's okay with, is the part where he says, I heard they even tried to amend the Constitution so you could stay in office. And like, he doesn't see anything wrong with that, like, at all. but it's kind of a moment that's just passed over real quick, but it does show that like he's on board with you know, with something like that. And yeah, it's but oh, Anakin, you're a basket of contradictions. We love you for your heroism, but then you got those uh worrisome political ideas. But a lot of this is really because he hangs out so much with Palpatine, and because you know, Palpatine is like, we love Anakin because of the love he has for other people. And unfortunately, Palpatine is one of those who, like, one almost wonders if Obi-Wan had played more the part of a father figure, or if Qui-Gon had been around, then Palpatine perhaps would not have been able to step into that position so easily. But Anakin is like really in desperate need of a father figure, and so Palpatine, he steps right in and he plays Anakin like a fiddle.
Yeah, and this is like another case of like the fact that Obi-Wan, great Jedi as he is, and as much care as he has for Anakin, Obi-Wan makes it clear throughout several times in this movie that he does not like politics. He has a very cynical view of the political gamesmanship aspect of it. So this is an area he's not done much education for Anakin, other than, as Anakin says, not another lecture, at least on the economics of politics, which is a funny line, you know, a little bit, you know, meta in that way. But I think that Anakin has basically seen a lot of the politics through Padme, who is an incredibly compassionate and wise and caring, you know, person, and Palpatine, who puts on that front to Anakin and is able to manipulate him because of it. It's so.
Well, which also, I want to talk about Palpatine for a second, because Ian McDiarmid, he's so brilliant. I used to think that like he hammed it up too much in Revenge of the Sith, but now I realize like this is the brilliance of the duality of Palpatine. Like when he's playing the role of Chancellor Palpatine, he's all subtlety, you know, but once he's able to let all that down and just be exactly who he is, there's no subtlety there. He is the cackling evil villain, you know, the space wizard, you know. You know, it's just like, I sort of love that, you know, we can have a moment with him as Palpatine going, I love democracy, I love the Republic, you know, and then cut to when he's able to let everything down and he's like, no, you will die. You know, it's actually really brilliant. I love it. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and Eric shouts that line out in the chat, though, I love democracy, I love the Republic, which is, it's a great line, because, you know, obviously he's full of shit when he says that, but he is putting on a convincing performance for the Senate, because this is like what he has to do to gain power at this stage, even though, as you alluded to, he is ultimately the evil cackling wizard. And that's one of the elements I love about his return in the sequel trilogy, where he's basically spent 40, 50 years trying to gain power through manipulations, and then people threw that mask off and tore him down. But he still wants that power, so he's like, screw it, now I'm going to take everything by force. This is the real me, and always was. But this is some excellent, you know, acting, both as on the part of Ian McDiarmid playing the Chancellor Palpatine, and also as Palpatine as the character, because he is trying to, as I think we've mentioned on Bad Batch streams, the genius of Palpatine's plan is not that he seizes power in that way until he has to. It's that he convinces the citizens of the Republic to willingly give him their power out of the interest of a more safe and secure society. And it's the kind, that's what he plays on with Anakin too, the idea that like more power means more safety for you and the people you love. And so it's all the same idea in this nesting shell game that ultimately at its core is a lie. because really Palpatine wants all the power for himself.
Yeah, and I will say, like, I laughed at that line. I love democracy. I love the Republic, because it's a lie. So, but even though I laughed at it, it's such a brilliantly portrayed line because it's delivered with the utmost sincerity. I mean, obviously not. He's not being sincere, but like, I'm not just talking about Ian McDiarmid's performance, but Palpatine's performance. Like, he's a consummate actor. Oh my God. And he delivers that in a way that no one would doubt his words there, because he's established himself as this great benevolent leader. And when he says something like that, like, he gets applause because nobody doubts it. Everybody believes it. And that's just what's so great. So that's like, and that's his whole game. So by the time he ensnares, the whole of the Republic and lets his true colors down, like, there's nobody to stand against him by that point, because they've already given him all the power by like before Revenge of the Sith happens.
Yep.
So that when it comes to when he steps in front of them, as Darth Sidious, and says, and just reveals himself for who he is, like, there's that great moment in The Bad Batch where he ascends from beneath the Senate and everything's quiet and hushed, and it's like there's no illusion that this isn't, as I said before, like, this is the evil space wizard. That this is not, nobody's under the illusion that this isn't a figure of like evil, at least not in the Senate. Like, I think people further out in the galaxy are still under the delusion that's like they don't know what Palpatine really is, because they just hear about the stuff. And but there's no way anybody in the Senate looks at him and thinks anything other than this is evil incarnate. We can't do a thing.
Yeah. And Cassie makes a great point in the chat when she says he thinks he actually is sincere because it's a game he loves to play and plays it well. And I think that's right. The best lies have an element of truth, and Palpatine is a master manipulator and a master politician, even if ultimately his motives are not sincere. Like, he's able to put on a good convincing front because he knows what it takes to like say those words and do those enactions. And like, there's a great line in Andor where Mon Mothma talks about the whole idea of like, I show you the rock in my hand, you miss the knife at your throat. And she learns that from Palpatine because he's the best at that.
Yeah. Oh, okay, let's we're already 3 hours in, and I'm gonna say let's start talking about Obi-Wan.
Which many people think is probably the best part of this movie. We're going to get to it now because there's so much other great stuff.
It's so symptomatic of how we do things here. It's like we'll spend 3 hours talking about other stuff before we get to like what really is the main attraction. No, Ewan McGregor. Oh my God, he's just like. Like I said, I've sort of grown with this movie, and there's things that I appreciate that I didn't appreciate back then. But Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan Kenobi, I have loved from day one in this film and in the entire trilogy. Like, he's just, and he's always been like one of the best performers in these films. If the other actors were struggling with green screen and all that stuff, like, he never was, or if he was, he didn't show it, because he's just incredible. I do want to start off like a discussion of Obi-Wan in this movie with just that good news.
Yes.
Oh, not a very good poker player, but
yeah. I rationalize it as that Kaminoans aren't the most well versed in the niceties of human facial expressions because this is not a good poker face, but it's funny.
Yeah. Oh, and then of course that's why I'm here.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, there are so many like wonderful little affectations in Ewan's performance, as well as like the larger emotional stuff. Eric's shouting out in the chat that you don't want to sell me death sticks, you want to go home and rethink your life, which I thought was hysterical then, and I think is hysterical now, even as well as thinking it's a pretty good PSA for drugs in this movie for kids. I think that what's probably
I love the idea of George Lucas. Like sometimes we can like really criticize, some of his writing, but this is so silly that I just applaud it every time.
Yeah.
It's like I want to have this be a stand-in for drugs. So what are we going to call them? Oh, we're just going to say what they are: death sticks.
Yes, and have them sold by a character named Elon Sleazebagana. So, this is a case of like really leaning into the glorious pulpy weirdness and like not being subtle on the message. And I think it works for this element of the story. Ewan plays that scene like with a great wry humor that I adore. There are so many moments that I love his performance and the little subtle nuances. I will say, just because you pointed out the moment that always makes you laugh, the moment that I've seen this movie like 100 times, I don't know. There is a moment that has made me laugh every single time I've seen this movie, every single time. And it's when Obi-Wan is fighting Jango Fett, and he's tied up at the wrists, and Jango is trying to shoot him, and Obi-Wan dodges it, and he charges at him bravely, and he leaps into the air, and he delivers a powerful kick that sends this notorious bounty hunter flying off the railing, and then realizes half an irreversible second after he has done this that he is still tied to him. And then his expression changes, he winces, and he kind of moans and goes, "Oh, not good." And with complete lack of dignity, he gets flipped over the edge. I howl with laughter every time I watch that. I think it's so funny. But it's a great fight scene.
Yeah, another great one. Like, I don't think I appreciated like just how funny this is. When I was younger, I thought it was like, I chuckled at it, but now as I'm older, I really think it's hilarious. Is when, he finishes with the Kaminoans and then he goes back out the sides, to his ship, and he says, "R4 contact Coruscant, care of the old folks home." It's like just like the sass there, like just so great. And like, and talking about sass, like he really is laying the foundation for everything that Obi-Wan is going to be in Clone Wars, and where Obi-Wan's sarcasm just got taken to an even higher level. But it's established, like you mentioned the chase scene earlier in the movie, when Anakin catches him as he's falling, it's like, "What took you so long?" There's that great banter, between the two. And actually, like, that's some of my favorite stuff in that. That's why I feel like if we could have just gotten more in the movie of like the actual loving relationship that Anakin and Obi-Wan have. But we can't complain now because we got it in dividends in Clone Wars. But like, I love when Anakin and Padme are taken out to the arena, and he's like, "I was beginning to wonder if you got my message," and he goes, "I retransmitted just as you requested, Master. Then we decided to come and rescue you." And then he glances up at his handcuffs and goes, "Good job."
So great.
It's so great.
So great. Yeah, this section of the stream could very easily just become us quoting Obi-Wan lines back and forth to each other, because they're all outstanding and Ewan portrays them so well. Yeah, he is a highlight of the movie and of Star Wars in general. But I do think that like the aspect of the, obviously the whole like detective noir thriller through line of this idea that he's tracking down this assassin using these clues and visiting all these underworld contacts and then getting drawn into a larger and larger conspiracy. This was something that Star Wars had never done before this movie, and it's great. Like,
wait. Okay. If we're talking about his underground contacts, Dex.
Yes.
Like one of the greatest creations. Like, and we've never gotten more of Dex. I'm like, what the hell? Give us more Dex. He's the Star Wars version of Ernest Borgnine.
Yes.
He's great.
Yeah, our dear friends at Force Center devoted an entire episode of a scene-by-scene breakdown to this diner scene between Obi-Wan and Anakin that I highly recommend. It's one of the best episodes they've ever done, and it's delving really into the themes of the ideas, as well as just all the glorious weirdness of Dexter Jettster himself, because he is a great character. And this is an example of a character that, had they made this movie a few years ago and didn't have this technology, probably would have been a human. The fact that he's a gigantic, four-armed lizard creature with a dirty grease-stained shirt and a mustache that I didn't realize he had until several years later. He's such a cool alien design, and the fact that he and Obi-Wan clearly have a long-standing friendship and are very comfortable and at ease talking to each other, and Dex has all this hard-won life wisdom that he's willing to share and help Obi-Wan. It's so great, and I think that it's a scene that makes the world feel richer and more lived in. That this is an element of Obi-Wan's character that we didn't know before. He doesn't just spend all his time at the temple going on missions. He'll go eat at Dex's diner and catch up with his buddy.
Well, also, and this scene, the very existence of this relationship does, multiple things. Well, one, it does show Obi-Wan outside of the context of which we see him for the rest of the movie, which is doing what the council orders him to do, or being stern mentor to Anakin. This just shows him out in the world, living his own life and having the relationships that he wants to have, and also, but it shows his growth also over the years, because we don't get the sense that this is something that young Obi-Wan would have done, where he's at every turn he's saying to Qui-Gon, "Oh, another pathetic life form." It's I get the feeling that Obi-Wan is someone who would just he's really I feel episode 1 Obi-Wan is a lot like me, where he actually doesn't want to interact with anybody. He just wants to be alone. But by the time of this film, he's so warm with Dex, and it just shows that he loves this guy's company, and it's just this warm relationship that the two of them have. And the character of Dex himself is such an instantly lovable character that even back in 2002, when we discussed earlier, where I was sort of oh, I don't like how digital all this looked, and Dex is a fully CG creation, and but never once did I even care with this character, because just immediately as soon as you see him, he's got personality up the wazoo. He's just so wonderful, and it just, and the way that Obi-Wan lights up when he sees him, he's like, "Hello, Dex." It's just, they did such a great job here. And it really helps that, the whole 50s diner aesthetic, which, is going back to George Lucas's roots. And, it just, this is such a fun scene that, it's about advancing the plot, but it gives you so much wonderful character. It's great.
Yeah, I have a fun bit of headcanon that Obi-Wan took Satine to Dex's diner at one point, and she was less than impressed. But I think that he like Dex serves a thematic purpose in this scene, obviously very much so, because Obi-Wan goes to him when he, can't get the answer he needs about the Camino Saber Dart from the Temple archives. And where does he find it? He finds it from this guy who's lived all these experiences and knows the difference between knowledge and wisdom, which that's another element of Dex. His voice, outstanding. I love his voice so much. But he becomes like a very key idea that the Jedi may have all these this information and all this knowledge and power, but sometimes there's a difference between practical knowledge and applied knowledge, or knowledge and wisdom. And we get part of that with Dex, and then we get the other part of it in the key scene with Obi-Wan and the younglings, and the whole idea of, that they're able to figure out this mystery because their minds are simple and unclouded and see past, some of the more rigid structures of the elder Jedi, and that's where the whole truly wonderful mind of a child idea is put.
Oh my God, I love Yoda so much in this scene.
Yes. And Eric also mentioned in the chat another line that always makes me laugh. It's silly, but it's great. Lost a planet Master Obi-Wan has. How embarrassing. How embarrassing.
I talked on our Phantom Menace stream about how much, just because it's part of the time in which it was made, and I prefer to have the original versions of stuff. So for episode 1, I do prefer the episode 1 puppet, because it's just part of the fabric of that film. But that should not lead anyone to believe that I'm not absolutely blown away by the work they did with CGI Yoda in episodes 2 and 3. We talked a bit. We obviously talked before about the CGI with the fight scene, but there's so much more to it in the film than that. It's just so great to get to see Yoda and all his facial expressions, and to actually get to be he gets to be more playful Yoda in this movie, and having sort of the full range of facial features, really just opened up so much for them. And I kind of love that, they went back to the puppet for Last Jedi, but I kind of love that CG Yoda is sort of part of that, the Clone Wars era Yoda. It's very sort of specific to that time, and so it kind of establishes a different feeling for Yoda for both these films and for the Clone Wars.
And we get to see the more mischievous, playful edge to him as well. I love the fact that he, the wisest, great grandest master of the order, wants to spend his time teaching the very youngest. This is a task that he could clearly delegate to somebody else if he didn't enjoy it, but he loves doing this. He's having this is probably the happiest we see Yoda in any of the movies, is other than maybe when he's beating R2 with a stick. I would say that he's it's such a cool idea that he is the Grand Master of the Order, and he sees it as part of his duty to pass knowledge on to the next generation. And it also clears up the whole canon idea of when people were which I don't care about, but it's something that that Yoda teaches all the younglings that. Yes, for some people, that answered the question about the whole Qui-Gon is Obi-Wan's master debate, which I appreciated, because I'm now shut up and enjoy the rest of the story.
Sorry, that just reminded me of a line from The Princess Bride. You're very smart. Shut up.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's. I did want to make note of this. Jim Henson would have done wonderful things combining puppets with CGI, and actually, we've seen the beginnings of that with Dark Crystal: Age of Resistance, which I'll take the opportunity to once again bemoan the fact that it was canceled and Netflix sucks. But they started to use CGI to enhance the puppets, not overly so, but yeah, it makes you wonder what Jim Henson, if he was alive right now, would be doing with that. But I think the Henson Company is really honoring his legacy and moving forward with that stuff, because if you guys haven't seen Dark Crystal: Age of Resistance, it's just a stunning tour de force of puppetry and art. So.
Yeah, and I know that there's a new documentary on Jim Henson on Disney Plus that I'm actually keen to watch at some point. But yeah, Yoda is great in all forms. But it is great specifically to see him in this way, and how he becomes a part of unlocking this larger mystery, and the idea that Kamino was erased from the archives, and that's something that should be impossible, but someone has done it. And now we're going to get, essentially the key to the larger mystery, where, and that it was unlocked in this way. Poor Jocasta Nu does not come off very well in this scene, but she if you've read the comic, she gets a moment later. It involves a lightsaber gun of some kind, but
and she's up in Clone Wars too. But here I do try to love her. If an item does not appear on our records, it does not exist. It's like she's very proud of the Jedi library.
But Kamino does very much exist, and Obi-Wan goes there, and we talked a lot about the clones, but one character we did not talk about was the man who is the forefather to all of them, which is Tamura Morrison as Jango Fett, which this is just an awesome performance. I love that. There's if you were going to build a clone army off of anyone, I'm glad they found Tem, because he just provides so much menace, but also humanity to this character, even though this is his only live action movie as this specific character. The fact that he's been able to continue in the Star Wars galaxy as the grown-up version of Boba and all the other clones, I love it, because this is great.
Well, and he's just created such a legacy.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, he didn't do the voice of the clones in the TV series, but he is absolutely the blueprint. And we all love D. Bradley Baker, but this is where this is where it all starts, and dear God, did D. Bradley Baker take it to glorious heights. But I just love it, and I love that he's gotten to come back in new storytelling, and even gotten to play the clones as well. We got to see a clone in Obi-Wan Kenobi, as well as under a helmet in Ahsoka. He actually gets to play Rex, which made me so happy. And then the impact he's had with the character of Boba Fett, and getting to play that character in both The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett. It's just so great, and he's has such a wonderful performance in this film. That scene with Obi-Wan is so tense. And the way he says, "Always a pleasure to meet a Jedi." Yeah.
No, it's you believe that this guy is the most dangerous bounty hunter in the galaxy and the father of Boba Fett, because they get to show us not only him doing all these incredible action scenes that sadly Boba Fett didn't really get to do in the original trilogy, but we also get to see him with the helmet off, and having interactions and staring down one of the greatest Jedi in the galaxy, in Obi-Wan, and not flinching an eye. And again, this is another case of like him. He doesn't like lie, He straight up tells it when Obi-Wan is like trying to get answers, and he's basically like, "Then you must know Master Sifo Dyas." And she's like, "Never heard of him. I was recruited by a man named Tyrannus on one of the moons of Bogdan. Do you like your army? They'll do their job well. Guarantee that." It's so good. And I will note, just as a fun aside, which the whole idea of the Sifo Dyas angle, which becomes more of a thing in the Clone Wars. It's an apocryphal story, but it's one I enjoyed. The fact that it was originally supposed to be Sifo Dyas as a allusion to Sidious, but there was a typo in the script. And George Lucas saw it and was like, "I like that better," and created a whole new character that made it more complicated, but actually a bit more real and lived in. Because I do agree that like Sifo Dyas probably would have been a little on the nose.
That would be one of the instances of where Palpatine kind of took a day off on like his genius plan.
Yeah,
he's like, "Oh, we'll just put a space in there."
Yeah, it's like I've got my work cut out for me trying to pit all these different trade federations and planetary factions against each other. I need to come up with a name for this character who ordered the clones. Sifo Dyas. But fortunately, we have Sifo Dyas.
And it made a whole lot of sense that was the original idea, because that's what it feels like. Even the name Sifo Dyas sounds similar to Sidious. Like there's enough of a similarity there to where I was like, well, wait, is that just supposed to be like Sidious? Or at the very least, it seemed to me possible that it was Sidious masquerading as this Jedi named Sifo Dyas. But the fact that they actually elaborated on that and made it a bigger story, and that plays out in the Clone Wars. And I love this sort of the epicness of like the fact that Daniel plants the seed about Tyrannus here. And it's not until late in the Clone Wars when they find out that it's Dooku, and Obi-Wan's like, "You're Tyrannus?"
That was a lead that perhaps they should have followed up on a little bit more closely. But in fairness, they were busy. War broke out. So, but it is funny that again, Django just straight up tells them the information that they need to know. And
you made a joke with regard to the Anakin dialogue that like, where's the lie? And but that could be expanded to just talking about everybody in this movie. It's like okay, Palpatine's lying through his teeth the entire movie, but most of the characters actually are just telling the truth. But they're telling it in a very deceptive manner. But no, Tamora Morrison is just great. And when he first showed up in The Mandalorian season 2, it was like, oh my god, just getting to actually play, because obviously they'd added his voice to the original films to be Boba in that way, but that was really the first time we were going to get to see him truly play the character, and that was very exciting.
I vividly remember the ending of that episode and seeing Tem was reprising the role as Boba Fett, and confirming Boba Fett's survival of the Sarlacc. That was one of the biggest fist pumps.
By Cassie, we can't blame you. This is definitely turning into one of our longer ones, so totally get it. I just would like to hear that moment when Sidious is like, "And your Sith name shall be Darth Tyrannus." and just Dooku is really like, ugh.
I actually always thought it was a cool Sith name, but it is notable that alone among the Sith apprentices, Dooku tends to go more by his given name than his Sith title. Maul is very much Maul, Vader is very much Vader. Dooku uses Tyrannus on the weekends.
Oh God. But yeah, no. And then like, you know, the whole, you know, obviously we touched on the fight a bit. It's one of the great fights, you know, in Star Wars. I love, and yeah, the oh no, not good. It's just, and I will say, like, another thing that bugged me back in the day was the fact that, you know, there's multiple shots of like CGI doubles, you know, in this fight scene, because obviously there's things that, you know, Ewan McGregor couldn't possibly be doing, and, you know, and all that stuff. But now I look back on it, I'm like, actually, by like, again, it's like a lot of films today do not have the quality of effects that this movie does. And I was looking at the shots of like CGI double Obi-Wan, and I'm like, actually, that still holds up really well. You know, it's not perfect. It's like you don't look at it and say, oh, that looks completely real, but I still think for CGI that's 22 years old, it looks incredible. So
yeah, and just like also the simple aesthetic factors of it, like that they're having this fight in the rain on a water swept world, like hundreds of feet up in the air with crashing waves far below, and that would have been cool enough. And then we get to see things that we had like always heard about but never seen, like Django using his missile launcher from his jetpack, and you know, and then a Mandalorian fighting a Jedi. Like, these are things that like we always wanted to see, and this scene delivers. Like, yes, this was my favorite scene when I was younger. Like, and it probably might still probably be, like, it's so cool.
Yeah, it's just yeah, it's so good. And, you know, and then of course we get to the pursuit, and, you know, and then, you know, the seismic charges, the sequence that like gave my surround sound system a workout. And like, this was back in the days when like I actually convinced my dad to actually like hook up a full surround sound system in our house, because of course, you know, parents want to entertain their children. So even though I was a teenager at this point, but it was great. We had like the full setup. I mean, not like today, you know, with all the Dolby Atmos and all that stuff, but we had like a 5-speaker setup where, you know, we had 2 speakers in the front on the side of a center channel, and then the 2 rear channel speakers, and the subwoofer, of course. And this was one of those movies where like I would just go right to the scene, crank it up, and let the house rumble with those seismic charges. It's so great.
Yeah, no, I mean, the seismic charges have a strong case of being one of, if not the best sound effect designs in all of Star Wars. Hard to argue against the sound of a lightsaber, but this is just such a cool and innovative thing. And I mentioned that sound documentary called Films Aren't Released, They Escape, that was released with this movie. It focuses on Ben Burt, his sound team, and Matthew Wood's in it and everything. And they talk about designing the effect of the seismic charges and how it was kind of a late addition they were trying to make, because it's an entirely created sound scene there. Like, they were trying to make the seismic charges sound distinct. And it wasn't until very late in the process that they came up with the idea of like, let's have just the sound drop out entirely, because all the sound's being pulled in like this audio black hole, and then it just explodes. And great idea, and perfectly executed, because the seismic charges were probably one of the coolest things I'd ever seen in my life at that point, and heard. You know, it's awesome. And I loved when they came back in the Mandalorian too.
Yeah, I feel like this was for even people who didn't enjoy the movie. It's like the 2 things that people said were, oh, the Yoda lightsaber fight, and also seismic charges. Which is so great for a sound effect, you know,
Yeah.
the fact that it was such a big deal. Yeah, no, and and the whole like, and this, you know, is definitely this is like our space battle of the movie, and I just love all the stuff with the maneuvering, and yeah, it's which it's kind of switching gears a little bit, but I think because we're talking about the fact that I was playing this over and over, you know, on DVD when it came out. But you know, we did mention earlier about the fact that this was the, you know, the first big like all digital production. I think there had been some other small things, but this was like the first like big mainstream, you know, movie that was entirely digital, and it was definitely a different look and feel. But one of the great things was that the DVD, of course, was because it was all digital. It was like a 100% direct, you know, transfer from the digital files, you know, on to DVD. And now that doesn't seem like a big revolutionary thing, but it was, you know, it was a big deal back then. And I wasn't always like super pleased with the look of the movie back then, but when you look and see how things have evolved, you know, over time, and the fact that, you know, you can just, there's only a handful of people who don't shoot on digital now, and so you got to hand it to George Lucas. He really shaped the direction of the entire industry.
No, absolutely, and it's like, and as you said, it still holds up. You know, it looks great, it sounds great, and it allowed him to do incredibly imaginative things, like, you know, this asteroid chase and the seismic charges and the whole, like, just like seeing the Slave One in action in this way. It's like it's a great fire. Like, it's a very kinetic, you know, space battle, and it's like, even though it's like probably it's not as like large scale as some of the other space battles we have in the other movies, like, it feels epic because it's, you know, it's a major hero in Obi-Wan. It's a great villain in Jango Fett. It's the Slave One, you know, in full like glory with its you know, repeating blaster guns and chasing Obi-Wan through the field, and Obi-Wan quipping blast. This is why I hate flying. Easy understandable after this movie. And then the clever way it's resolved, the idea that Obi-Wan, you know, manages to successfully trick Jango by making him think he's been destroyed and then hiding on the asteroid because he recognizes he can't beat Jango in a straight space battle, and that's not his mission. So yeah, it's a great sequence.
Which, of course, then leads him, you know, following Jango to the surface of Geonosis, and then we get, you know, the uncovering of, you know, the formation of the Separatist Alliance, which was so cool. Just because I was thinking in particular about seeing like a character like Wat Tambor, who we know from the Clone Wars. It's like, oh yeah. There he is. But it's just so great again, because now we have the Clone Wars and we know the epicness of, you know, of the, you know, the story told there. It just, this movie feels so much like it's just so different in that context because it's setting the stage for this major chunk of storytelling in the Star Wars universe. And yeah, and then of course we get the return of of Newt Gunray, that terrible, you know.
Yeah, he has not gotten, you know, any kinder or gentler in his years. He's not been humbled by his experiences, even after, as C.O. Bibble reminds us, 4 trials in the Supreme Court. You know, it's
which and that actually, like, again, talking about stuff that like Lucas is trying to, you know, like communicate to the audience about sort of real world, you know, issues and politics and all that, to say that, you know, After 4 trials in the Supreme Court, Newt Gunray is still the viceroy of the Trade Federation. And it's like, yeah, that tracks with with the real world.
Who would ever imagine that the highest Supreme Court would ever allow a powerful individual to get away with something when they had clearly committed a crime? It beggars belief.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is cool to see them come back and to see the battle droids come back, because it ties things. It's another link back to the Phantom Menace. It's like the battle droids and the Trade Federation weren't just a one and done. They're going to be part of this larger unfolding conspiracy.
Okay, we need to make sure we get this in the conversation. Okay, I have come to love the battle droids. Clone Wars, just like I was just watching, because I talked about how I watched the ambush episode of Clone Wars, which they're very fun and goofy in that one. But also then the next episode after that, like, they're just straight up murdering like clone survivors out in the dead of space by like, ejecting them out of their pods into empty space, and they're like, there they go, like they're so like dumb that they're gleeful, about these horrifically murdering clones. And so I think they're actually an ingenious creation, because they're fun and they're goofy, but they're also very dangerous. Don't underestimate them. Like they're easy, they can be dispensed with easily by the Jedi, but don't let your guard down. It's but one thing concerning battle droids that I'm not going to belabor this, because like I said before, I don't want like this to go into negative territory, but I still not on board with the 3PO stuff.
Yeah.
in this movie. I imagine it works great for the younger audience members, but I remember like not my favorite stuff.
Yeah, and I definitely get that. It's not my favorite scene in the movie either. I mean, like, I actually think the whole droid, foundry sequence is cool, even though it's a lot of work and was apparently a late addition to the movie. But it shows, again, the danger of not only the battle droids themselves, but of the Geonosians.
Yeah.
But I do think that the whole 3PO, battle droid head swap thing, like that, again, that is an element of humor that is not going to be to my personal taste. I never disliked it really, but I was basically just kind of like, I get you want to have some comedy in here. It's not really the moment I'm gonna.
What it was for me was, it was like, it took me out of the movie, because like, stuff like, oh, this is such a drag. It's like that. It was just like, really? That's because it's so not of the Star Wars world, and it was just like playing to like, yeah, exactly. It just felt like speaking to the young kids in the audience without any like, it's just not stuff that would be said in the Star Wars universe. And 3PO is just, having all these one-liners that just, it didn't work for me.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I suspect it was added in to give Anthony Daniels a little more something to do, because otherwise he isn't in the movie as much as he is in some of the other ones. He shows up on the Lars homestead. He has a couple of lines there. He comes with Anakin and Padme to Geonosis, and then like this is kind of his big scene in the movie. It's he's been better in other films. I'll just say he's always great. I think he does good with them. Like his line readings are funny. It's just that they are a little bit on the nose, as you said. And but R2, on the other hand, R2 is a total badass.
R2 is amazing. Yeah, no, like this was the first time that we saw R2 with his jets, and getting to fly through the air. So yeah, no, I always love R2. I've never had a single complaint about R2 ever. So
Yeah, and again, R2 saves the day. Well, Anakin is unfortunately tied up with the Geonosians and this all this these terrible machines that are trapping him and destroying his lightsaber again, apparently. Padme is about to be burned to death by molten metal, and who saves her? R2. Good job, buddy. Good job.
my favorite, one of my favorite things in films is when you set up, and this is sort of part of playing off of the sort of notions of the hero rescuing the damsel in distress. I always love it when movies show that the hero, if not for just outside circumstances beyond their control, that the hero would have completely failed in in rescuing somebody else in the story, especially when it's supposed to be the damsel. It's dude, you just totally dropped the ball there. And that's Anakin's just completely concerned with his own stuff, and Padme is just about to get burnt alive. There's a similar, it's not really similar, but in the same vein in Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl, it's when they get to the pirate cave earlier in the movie, and and Will decides to take matters into his own hands, knocks Jack out, and is going to go rescue Elizabeth, but he's actually late getting to her. If Barbossa had decided to cut her throat instead of her wrist, she's dead. And Will just completely failed. So that kind of stuff always cracks me up, because it's it's all about how how the story advances and stuff. But I love it when a hero is shown to be completely ineffective.
Yeah, and I remember being surprised that the lightsaber got destroyed, because I thought that was the same legacy lightsaber that goes on to be passed to Luke, but it turns out it's the one Anakin builds next. Obi-Wan loses his lightsaber in this sequence too, because he got taken captive, and now we're off to the races, as it seems. But yeah, this entire sequence, it is just more of an action beat, but it ends up leading into, of course, the arena scene, which is not only a great action sequence, but just one of the coolest moments in all of Star Wars. After the very pivotal confession of love that we talked about earlier, which is just gorgeously shot and gorgeously paired with music. And I love Padme's "I truly deeply love you" and "Before we die I want you to know" line. I think that works, because it is her finally giving into her feelings fully and just putting it out in the open the way Anakin is. I know it might not sound the most naturalistic, but it's heightened, and
here's the thing. I think the only issue I've ever had with it is the fact that, I'm just going to say it bluntly, because I want to be honest about my feelings about how the love story works in this movie. It didn't work for me, back in 2002, and I still have my issues with it. So I think if there's any issue, it's sort of script wise, what's kind of led up to this moment. Am I completely invested in this love story? And for me, the answer, especially back then, was no. But I don't find anything wrong at all with her delivery of that line. Actually, I think it's a great delivery. I think, she Natalie Portman continues just to be one of my favorite parts of these movies, and I think that I don't know. I want to be careful, so separate what the script does for the love story versus what the actors are doing, and I think that especially in this moment, I think it's a really good moment, and I don't know, I like it.
Yeah, no, I find it very emotionally like authentic to the characters as they've been, portrayed to us up at this point. Even if one could argue it, the dialogue's a little bit stiff. Like I love the idea that it's like these two characters believe that they're about to die, and that Padme has been, wants Anakin to know how much she loves him before then, and Anakin, is, just can't believe that she actually has allowed herself to open up to that extent, because he had kind of been willing to adopt her mindset of like, we can't do this, but he is still very much in love with her. And then the shot of them kissing as they're pulling into the arena is one of my favorite shots in all of Star Wars.
Well, and again, you got John Williams backing them up, and like, whatever you're feeling about the script or the performances or whatever, like, I defy you to be unmoved, seeing the visuals and listening to John Williams' music. I mean, it's just absolutely beautiful. That's why I say, like, if nothing else, like, composing one of the greatest love themes in the history of cinema will really do a lot, to pick up the slack for a love story if you are lacking in other areas. And like I said before, I want to make clear that, for a lot of people, it's not lacking. And, I want to be respectful of that. But for me, I was depending a lot on sort of the emotions, of the music. And like, I feel like, even though we mentioned this earlier and we're talking about it now, I feel like we have not been name dropping John Williams nearly enough, because like, this is just, I can't decide if this is my favorite score of the prequels, but I will say that, and maybe this is controversial, just because of like the standing that his work on the original trilogy has, and it's like, the work is beyond masterful, obviously, and it's iconic, and it's, every superlative you can attached to it. But for me, I think his work on the prequel trilogy is his best work in all of Star Wars, and honestly in his whole filmography.
No, I think that is very fair. I adore all the music of the prequels. I think I've mentioned before, Revenge of the Sith is my favorite Star Wars score in any movie, and Across the Stars is a top 5 theme for me, and it's just beautifully well paired alongside this imagery. Which, another name I want to shout out is David Tattersall, who's the cinematographer, who I feel like doesn't get as much shine on these movies, but like, he composes some gorgeous shots like that. Again, the visual of like following Anakin and Padme as they're kissing and being driven into the arena, and then cutting out to like the wide shot of the arena, and then the camera moving in slowly. Like, it's epic stuff.
Yeah. And again, like, I have to say again, like, my appreciation of the visual effects has just grown over time. I think like the visual effects work in all the rest of the movie from this point on, like the arena fight, the Battle of Geonosis, which like I struggled with for a while when the movie first came out, because I was like, I'll just say it, I was very sort of dismissive towards it, and be like, oh, it's all CGI, it looks like it's from a video game or something. I don't feel that way anymore. I think I was just so overwhelmed by it being built in the computer, and so much of that. But especially after we've seen the Clone Wars, it's like, and I'm accustomed to that, like that kind of imagery, and obviously the animation in Clone Wars is more exaggerated. So actually, just by comparison alone, like, you look at this stuff and it has a realism to it that is thrilling. And it's just so great because it's like it's one of the ultimate, it's the opening battle of the Clone Wars, and it's just it's so much fun to watch. And and so the Battle of Geonosis is one of those things that's like vastly improved for me over time, just because of my like personal tastes and how that's evolved. But the arena fight especially is like so great. Those like it's pure like Ray Harryhausen with the creatures that come out, and I love all the stuff that like Obi-Wan's doing, where he's got like the spear and and all that, and then of course I love the whole what about Padme? She seems to be on top of things. And then of course we have to mention like oh George, like the total like classic, the woman has to have part of her clothing ripped off.
It is, I mean, it's a thing they might not have done today, but like it does make the sequence feel more visceral, because like that creature, the Nexu that's trying to kill her, like it's a scary creature, and the fact that it actually manages to get its claws on her and like rip her flesh is like it's one of the more violent things we see in any of the Star Wars films, and it makes it that much more satisfying when she figures out the way to like, she doesn't like cower. She like, even though she doesn't have the Force, she like, she kicks that thing and knocks it over, and then Anakin runs it over with his tamed reek, and then she jumps down, and like her crotch of steel survives 10,000 newtons of force jumping onto the back, which is something I think is probably a little bit of a stretch. But hey, it's Padme Amidala, so I believe it.
But yeah, this costume was a moment.
No, I mean, I very much, it is one of Padme's most iconic looks. Her, the white suit that she wears to Geonosis, both with its like original form as the shawl and with the torn back. It's again, it's I understand why it's probably not something that they would have done today, but I think it still works for this movie.
But again, like with you can take the look at that's so sexist, and and I'm not going to be dismissive of those artists, especially as like I'm sitting here as a man, like I'm not going to be dismissive of that at all, but also there's the fact that Lucas is so steeped in traditions of like older Hollywood movies, and so like that is a thing, and it was certainly a very sexist thing, but it does kind of bring your mind back to like sort of those old classic adventure movies that he's very much channeling.
This is one of the most pulpy aspects of the entire like Star Wars saga, honestly. Like it's very evocative of the pulp serials like John Carter of Mars, which, funnily enough, when they made the John Carter movie after this movie, they thought it was, building off Attack of the Clones, when in fact Attack of the Clones was inspired by John Carter. But yeah, like all the creatures, the Akwe, the Greek, and the Nexu, they're so cool, and the way that the fight becomes this larger battle with all the Jedi, and then the droids come in, and then the clones come in. It's really like expertly structured in the way it builds in that tension.
And I will also like I put this picture up earlier, but I'll put it up again. I love you call this a diplomatic solution? No, I call it aggressive negotiations. Okay, like that's a great delivery, but also she is so damn cute saying that.
Yeah, no, I mean, like this is one of those times when you're reminded, like, a lot of Leia's sass in the original trilogy, like Padme had it, first. Like this is where she comes. Obviously, Leia came first in our world. But in this case, like, you can see that, like, Padme is very comfortable in this environment. She would prefer to negotiate diplomatically, but it's, you know, that those efforts have failed, and now it's time to blast some droids, and she's going to do it and do it well. And when Anakin teases her about it, she's going to tease him right back. And this is an example of, like, now that they've expressed their feelings for each other, like, they're very, like, comfortable with each other and their dynamic. Like, working together.
I think this really shows like a hint of what their dynamic goes on to be throughout, like, Clone Wars. It's like once they get through, like, the awkward admission of love stage, then they immediately are like, okay, now we can go into the fun banter that is going to make up our relationship, and say, I think it's actually one of the purest moments between them. I absolutely love it, and you can actually see a lot of chemistry there. So
yeah, no, I agree.
Okay, so we're just about to cross the 4-hour mark. We've jumped around a lot, so we haven't exactly been in chronological order. Is there something that we haven't talked about that you want to make sure to hit?
So the only other two things, one quick and then one big, is I do want to talk about the end of the movie, but I'll just give a quick moment here to Mace Windu, and the first time we ever saw a purple lightsaber in canon, and the fact that he uses it to take out Jango Fett. I would feel remiss if we didn't give Samuel L. Jackson his due, because it is awesome. And yes, this party's over. You can add the motherfucker onto that, and it's implied. But we get to see, Mace basically spent the Phantom Menace sitting around in the council, and then you're like, this is why he's one of the most feared and powerful Jedi Masters in the Order. Like, he is someone who will stare down Count Dooku, and he will take on the bounty hunter that we saw give Obi-Wan everything he could handle and dispatch him, honestly, pretty quickly, after we've seen Jango take out another Jedi in the sequence, R.I.P. Coleman Trevor. But yeah, I wanted to give Mace his due, because I do think that is it shouldn't be taken for granted also that, like, George Lucas was like, lightsabers only blue or green or red, and Samuel L. Jackson was like, I want a purple lightsaber, and George was like, I can give you a purple lightsaber.
I'm not gonna lie, with Mace, especially in the films. I really like his character a lot throughout the Clone Wars. Even though, especially as the Clone Wars go on, you can definitely see those less than great personality traits of his. Thinking especially of I'm sorry, Citizen Tano, this is Jedi business only. Yeah, not great. And then, of course, that's not even getting into him in the Dark Disciple novel. That's a whole thing too. So, but in the films, like, I enjoy, like, him in this one. It's by the time we get to Revenge of the Sith, like, I'm just gonna say I've never found the character super likable. So, like, not to say that every character has to be likable, but I've always had difficulties with Mace. But that said, like, it's just a joy always to watch Samuel L. Jackson, especially as a Jedi. And I love it when he comes in and he says, "This party's over." It's great. And I listened to him say something on the commentary track for Attack of the Clones, which was actually pulled from an interview, which is that, he views, at least at this point, Mace is like the Jedi who's like, or the guy who's sort of straight and narrow. Like, he knows what's right, and he's going to do everything in his power to drive towards that. And, like, he's not going to make any what's the word I'm looking for? Like, he's not going to sacrifice anything to do the right thing. and so there is something really admirable about that, and I'm looking forward to whenever I can finally get to the book Shatterpoint, because I do know sort of because I've read the opening of that book where I haven't been able to get any further than that as of yet, but I know in the opening he very much takes it personally that he didn't end Dooku, at the Battle of Geonosis, and that he feels like as a result everything that happens after that is his fault. Like, how can you not admire someone who would take that on themselves, and so yeah, it's I have some issues because he goes to some places that are a bit hard to like get on board with, but I think at his core, Mace he's a good guy, and he wants, his mission is to protect the galaxy and to protect the Republic, and he's trying to do everything in his power to do that. So.
Yeah, I highly endorse Shatterpoint. It's one of my favorite novels in the old Legends continuity. Matthew Stover did some great books, including my all-time favorite Star Wars book, which we will talk about when we do Revenge of the Sith, because I think his novelization of that story is superlative. But
I would love to read both of those books before our Revenge of the Sith discussion. That's never going to happen. But still.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so like, even though he's not the easiest character to always get on board with, but he's a character who's honest and true, and arguably actually probably makes the right call in how to deal with Palpatine in Revenge of the Sith, and we'll get to that. It's just an obstacle standing in his way.
What
was the other thing you wanted to?
No, I wanted to get to the end, because we did already kind of talk about the battle. We talked about at least the Yoda part of the lightsaber fight. The Obi-Wan and Anakin versus Dooku is actually dispatched with pretty quick, and I do think that it's that's the point. It's to show how powerful Dooku is, and that Anakin is not quite ready to take him on yet, and does so rashly. But that the fact that even Obi-Wan we see beat a lot of Sith. We saw him handle Maul. He always struggles against Dooku, and I always find that interesting. But it's but I mostly want to get to the end, when the whole idea of the start of the Clone Wars and Anakin and Padme's wedding. So,
I totally real quick that first of all, like, Christopher Lee is so damn good in that fight scene. I love his delivery of Master Kenobi. You disappoint me. Yoda holds you in such high esteem.
Yes.
Surely you can do better. It's just like, that's why you hired Christopher Lee. And you're right, like 2002 has to be like the high point of, like, I mean, I don't know how he personally felt about what he would have regarded as the high point of his, but as far as like mainstream exposure and high profile projects and artistically rewarding, because I think both of these had to have been like, this was the year that, like, man, Christopher Lee was giving everybody grief. The Jedi and everybody in Middle Earth. So
he was a total badass. Spy master, rocker, swordsman, and a great actor across multiple decades and multiple different franchises. But yes, for even if the late Christopher Lee did not consider 2002 his personal peak, it's my personal peak of the relationship, because to be Saruman and Count Dooku in the same year is an achievement that very few actors will ever
do. It's God, like, what a couple of years to be in, elder British actor, because of course Ian McKellen was both Gandalf and Magneto. So, but and maybe and still is, You know, it's I think we'll see him again as Gandalf in an upcoming project, and I actually wouldn't be surprised if he's lured back for a final appearance, you know, as Magneto in one of these upcoming Marvel films. Yeah, but okay, so getting to the end before I just like sigh uncontrollably about how amazing Natalie Portman looks in, in their wedding dress. Let's just about the you know, begun the Clone War has, like, it's just again, this is why it's so great for you know, to have CGI Yoda, because you get that full range of expressions. There's another moment earlier in the film which when after Anakin slaughters the Tuscans, and then it cuts to Yoda. You know, you hear the screams of Qui-Gon, and you know, and then Mace comes into the room, and the way Yoda just turns and looks at him with all that sadness, and you know, and the Mace says, "What is it?" And he says, "You know, suffering, death. I feel young Skywalker is in pain, terrible pain." You know, like this really goes to show the strength of the CGI version of Yoda, just everything that he's able to convey, and that's especially true in this final scene. Yeah, it's just I love it, and then the cut to, you know, the clones, and you know, and you know, this everything about it is so epic, and then with the Imperial March, and it just, maybe like artistically speaking, you know, narratively speaking, maybe it's a bit too soon to bring in the full Imperial March. I've kind of struggled with that as like a lover of, you know, building up themes and music, but sometimes you just go with something because it works, and God, oh God, did this work?
Yeah, and sometimes a great track is just a great track. Like it's remember that they actually reprise Duel of the Fates in that sequence where Anakin goes off to find his mother, and like they didn't need to do that, but it works. But with this ending beat with Yoda, the thing I love much about it is like we know how old Yoda is. Like we know that he is one of the grandest, you know, and greatest Jedi ever. And even at this stage, he's probably, you know, he's like just like 870 or somewhere thereabouts. But this is weighing so heavily on him because he knows what it means. There's a line earlier in the movie where C.O. Bibble says that there hasn't been a full-scale war since the formation of the Republic, and we knew already based on Phantom Menace that like the Sith had been in hiding for, you know, a millennium. And Yoda might have thought that he would never see something like this, but now he is. He's living it. He's the Grand Master of a Jedi Order that is now in a galaxy that is now going into a full-scale war. And he knows that this is a massive, you know, moment in galactic history, and it's a tragic moment because, you know, we didn't want it to have to get to this point, but now it's here, and what has been set in motion cannot be undone. And Yoda makes you feel all that in just the way he says, you know, victory, not a victory, Master Obi-Wan. The shroud of the dark side has fallen, begun, the Clone War has. I get chills every time I hear that. And then just the imagery that follows, as you mentioned, seeing all those clone troopers being shipped off to war, seeing Palpatine overlooking them, seeing Bail Organa's little like despairing fist bump. Like it's just it feels epic because it is one of the most consequential moments in the history of the Star Wars galaxy. You know?
And again, like I want to really drive home the point again. Like this is, you know, and obviously in the end, you know, Palpatine pulls off his grand plan. But there's some stumbling blocks on the way. Like he's looking out onto the clone army right here, and he, you know, to him everything's going perfectly according to plan, and the clone army looks very foreboding, and it's like, you know, our minds go to the stormtroopers and all that, but that's not what the clones actually end up becoming. Yes, they're treated forebodingly in this moment because, and actually George knows he's leading us to the point where they are going to turn against the Jedi. But even with that having happened, Palpatine still doesn't fully succeed in creating the sort of monolithic force that he set out to. You know, these may look like they're all just, you know, copies of one another that, you know, will follow any order, and a lot of them, most of them, you know, do follow Order 66, but he doesn't anticipate their humanity. And it's the whole reason why they are an obstacle for him after, you know, after Order 66. And you know what? It's going to be clones that disrupt his future plans to survive, you know, past his expiration date. And like, you know, it's clones who are going to, you know, really stand in his way, you know, of achieving everything that he wants to achieve. And so this is not like, so this is not the moment of like pure victory that he thinks it is. There's going to be a lot of times when he thinks he's pulled it off, you know, but in the end he won't, and he will lose in the end because he failed to account for the humanity of these beings that he sought to create and use to his own end.
Yeah. And, you know, we talked a lot about that in our Bad Batch discussions, how fitting it was that the clones ultimately disrupt this thing that Palpatine cares about most, which is the secret to his own immortality. But, you know, he does, again, exactly as you said, the fact that he sees these people of the galaxy as disposable things to be manipulated by Stephanie is one of the reasons that he, you know, he is able to gain power, but also one of the reasons why he loses it, you know, twice over, because there are things that he simply can't understand. And that's the reason that ultimately, like, the light side will win out, even if they have to go through tremendous darkness to get there, is because, again, people are fallible. People can be fearful. You know, people can be like tricked into giving away their freedom or their power. Even well-intentioned people can do things that lead to great destruction. We haven't touched on Jar Jar, but I will say that, like, that scene is like, I actually find that scene tragic and powerful, and also the fact that Jar Jar has a significantly reduced role in this movie is tragic in its own right, but the way he is used in that scene, and that ultimately results in Palpatine gaining the emergency powers that he will never relinquish. It's tragic because Jar Jar means so well, but it ends up being a very costly decision. But the good news is that ultimately the same thing that Palpatine thinks he can prey on, which is the humanity of the people of the galaxy, even those who aren't humans like Jar Jar, is also the thing that will rise up and defeat him again in the end.
I mean, you're so right, and there's just been so many things to talk about. You know, we've going for over 4 hours, and I feel like there's still a lot that we didn't cover. But Jar Jar is one of those things that makes me so sad, both for the sort of real life implications of the character's role being reduced, but also just, you know, the tragedy of the character himself, because he, as you said, he means to do well. He thinks he's doing a good thing here. And you think to his, you know, his bowed head at the end of Revenge of the Sith at Padme's funeral, which is not only, you know, the loss of his dear friend, but also what guilt he must feel for, what he's, you have to imagine, like, I know there's been stuff in the books that I haven't actually gotten to read, but I imagine it weighs so heavily on him, and, we see him throughout the Clone Wars as like continuing to be this person full of, this great hope and optimism. And, and it's a very tragic parallel to sort of real world, events of like this character who means only to bring joy to people, and then but then he's at the mercy of someone who would, just use him and and use his good intentions and positive outlook to bring destruction and misery. And I think that's a very tragic story, and I actually really, really hope that we get something with Jar Jar in the future to, kind of be able to explore some more of that character, so that that's not the final note of his story, because it's really sad.
Yeah, and I know there's some small stuff in the books and the Aftermath trilogy, I believe, but I won't make any bones about it. I want to see Ahmed Best on screen again, not only as Kelleran Beck, which he was great in The Mandalorian, but as Jar Jar Binks. I think he deserves that opportunity, and I think there's a not entirely impossible chance that he might get that opportunity if we learn more about Grogu's backstory and Kelleran Beck, in fact, takes him back to Naboo. I hope. But we talked a lot last week about how much, what Ahmed Best went through was, tragic, and the fact that he's emerged stronger and is now a happy part of the Star Wars family is a triumph for him. But it is sad to see him it's sad for the character that this is, he ends up playing a role in Palpatine's rise. It's also sad that, he's just not in the movie as much as he was in The Phantom Menace. But that was the reality at the time.
Yeah. So, and then as we're in the midst of the Imperial March and all this, oppressive imagery, then the music changes and bursts out the glorious Across the Stars theme, and we go to Anakin and Padme's wedding, which, is just gloriously shot. And, again, the music, it's just, and dear God, Natalie Portman is the Vision.
She has never looked more like an angel than she does in this scene. She is heavenly in every way. And this scene is just gorgeous.
This is me sitting in the theater in 2002 wanting to smack Hayden Christensen because, lucky bastard.
Yeah, well, I mean, these are the perks of getting to play a lead in a Star Wars movie, among others. But yeah, just the sequence, it's worth reflecting again, the fact that we pair what is one of the most monumental events in the history of the galaxy, of the Clone Wars beginning and the start of the Emperor's rise to power, framed in this epic way. And then but that's not the shot that closes the movie. The shot that closes the movie is a scene that is smaller in scale, but it is actually very much equal in how epic and important it is to the Star Wars galaxy, because it is the union of Anakin Skywalker and Padme Amidala that will give rise to Luke Skywalker and Leia Organa and the entire Skywalker, lineage that defines the saga as we know it. And it's treated with that monumental weight, both in the way it's shot and it's framed, and it's just gorgeously romantic. And it's honestly, when I think about favorite closing shots in a Star Wars movie, Attack of the Clones wouldn't automatically jump to the top of the list, but seeing Anakin and Padme after, they've been married, they have their kiss, and then they turn out to face the setting sun together over the water, and then the camera like pulls back. It's chills. It causes it, brings a tear to my eye. It's just epic and gorgeous and ominous at the same time, and it's so well
because you feel like it's on the eve of war, and it's just, even without having seen the Clone Wars, you get the sense, and it's and yeah, I understand why then episode 3 is, at the end of the Clone Wars, and, and all that stuff. But like now having the Clone Wars as this big, 7-season series, it just makes like these closing moments feel even more like the gravity of that, of what they're about to step into. It's and even before getting all that, it just felt so enormous, like, oh my God, and just to juxtapose that, the foreboding nature of that, the oncoming war with this moment of beauty and, and hope, but also, coming tragedy, because how things play out for Anakin, and, and even like we have a hint of, in Return of the Jedi, what Leia says about her mother. So, regardless of, we don't know exactly how it's going to play out for Padme, but we imagine it's not going to be great. And so, yeah, it just felt very, feeling very nervous, like, well, I say that, but I was really just overcome by the beauty of the moment, and, and, I will say, I do need to close this out by being as forthright as I can be, because this was before, this was at least a good year before I would be enraptured by Miss Keira Knightley, and to me at this time, like, there was nobody who had my heart like Natalie. It's to be a teenager, like anything's changed.
Nothing's changed. Like I still get weak in the knees when I look at her in this scene. She is radiant, and it's
and I do want to make sure, like, okay, it's a joking refrain that we sort of feel this way about certain actresses, but like I that's why I'm very happy that we paid attention, to exploring, like her character, and really giving her performance the due, because I want to simultaneously like say that while also acknowledging that, like, she is just one of the most beautiful women in the world, and I was completely like helpless as a, how old was I? I guess I was probably 18 at the time, and just like I was just like, oh my God, I've never like seen anybody or anything so utterly beautiful. And so words just can't communicate. Words fail.
Yeah, and I would say that it's like the fact that we love Padme so much as a character is one of the things that deepens that affection that we have for this movie and the story, and the fact that we both think Natalie Portman is a beautiful woman. That's not the ending of the story. Like, we love Padme for so many other reasons, and Natalie is not Padme. She is her own person, but it's like she is radiant in this movie, and I think it's fair that we acknowledge the effect that she had on us. And on that front, one thing I will note is when I saw that you had posted this stream and you posted the thumbnail, I love the Attack of the Clones standard poster. I have it right here. But the teaser poster for this movie that you use for the thumbnail, where with Anakin and Padme standing back to back, and the tagline, "A Jedi shall not know anger, nor hatred, nor love." I just think it's one of the best teaser posters ever. It's so evocative and really kind of encapsulates the epic nature of the story with some gorgeous imagery.
It's beautiful, and not gonna lie, sometimes there's a struggle with me on like what art to use on something, because even though I wish I could get every piece of art in every kind of format that I desire, but sometimes the art I want to use is sort of portrait scale when I need something landscape. And so there was just not really a good way to use Drew Struzan's breathtaking poster art for this film. And so I was looking for other options, and then I'm like, oh yeah, like that teaser poster art is just breathtaking, and it's the right dimensions. So it's like the prequel era art design for the promotion, the promotional material was just so out of this world. And yeah, because the love between Anakin and Padme is such a central, thing for this film, it's, it felt right to use that for the stream. So, and plus Padme looks absolutely breathtakingly beautiful on that poster. Oh, you're muted.
I was going to say, I think we did it. Our longest stream together on this movie. We just broke the mark. Not the longest stream ever on this channel, but the longest for us. And I'm happy with it, because I really wanted this movie, again, widely considered among the general fandom to not be the strongest Star Wars movie, to get its due, because I do think that there is so much more there, and I hope we've conveyed some of it, to you in this discussion.
Yeah, I hope, for myself, I hope I struck a good balance between like being fair and honest about elements that I struggle with, but also making sure that I showcase my love for it as well, because at the end of the day, like, it's still Star Wars, and there are so many things about it that I loved back in 2002 that I've grown to love, in the years since. And it is just like one of the most beautiful Star Wars films, ever made. I think there's too much about it to love, to get hung up on the things that don't work for me. And I think you said it perfectly earlier. Like, I will respond much more to a work that, even if it has some stumbles, but if it hits like highs, like, I prefer that to something that just tries to, be at like a sort of an average medium. I'd much rather you take chances, and if some of it works, and some of it doesn't, well, that's just the way it is. I feel that way at large about filmmaking as well, like beyond just one movie. It's the reason why I always say that, like, I love the Fox X-Men franchise. They definitely had some stumbles, but they also had really high marks, where they soared. And that for me is why, like, I will opt to choose that series over a certain other Marvel franchise that for me, like, has been consistently very entertaining, but has never, for me, hit those emotional highs that I look for. For the most part, there have been exceptions. And so it's the same within an individual movie. I feel the same way about something like, for instance, the Martin Scorsese film Gangs of New York, which I think is a very flawed piece of art. But damn, it's got some highs. There are some brilliant things about that film, and so to use that as an example, it's, you know, try things. Give me, like, you might stumble, but if you really are ambitious and you want to try something, like, you're gonna get my respect. I think one of the movies which I like drives that home the most, and who knows, maybe one day we'll even do a discussion about it on the channel, is Oliver Stone's Alexander, which has a lot of issues. No doubt about it. But it also has some really incredible things as well. I don't know that they outweigh the stuff that doesn't work, but, and that's not to say, like, I think Attack of the Clones is a much better film than that, for example. But like, if you're trying something, you know, if you're trying to really rise above the noise of everything else and create something special, and at the very least, you're going to gain my respect. And this movie does a whole lot more than that.
Yeah.
So.
No, I well said to all of that. I've always loved the phrase "shoot for the moon, even if you miss, you will land among the stars." I feel like this movie does that, and I think it hits more than a lot of people do. But I find it to be a very pure distillation of a lot of what I love most about the Star Wars franchise, which is the epic scale, the intricate politics, but also just the pulpy, you know, serial adventure nature of it. And I have been very happy to be able to share my love for it, you know, publicly over the years. I remember on the 20th anniversary, I, you know, tweeted out that, you know, I had some of the most pure memories of ever going to see any movie of seeing Attack of the Clones. And then I made a little fun joke where I was just like, "Happy birthday, you wild, gloriously pulpy, all around beautiful Star Wars film. I truly, deeply love you. And before we all die, I want you to know." And that has not changed. So I will always love this movie, even if as I said at this top of the stream, I do think that it's probably has some elements where the delta between the way it executes and the way the power of its ideas is probably wider than some of the films. But there's so much great stuff here, and it is still one of my favorite movies ever, even if, like, there are other Star Wars movies I love personally a bit more, but it's so rich, and I'm glad to see it's gotten to do a little bit more in recent years.
Yeah, like I said, it's, I mean, I will put this above other films that I think are executed better, you know, that I have a lot of affection for, but that don't necessarily, like, thrill me in the way that this does, you know, flaws and all. Like, it's just, you know, going back to the Yoda lightsaber moment, like, you're never going to, like, it's hard to, you know, capture that kind of excitement, you know, in a moment. And, like, if this movie only had one of those moments, you know, that would be enough, but it has, you know, it has a lot of them. And yeah, so thank you. God, I can't believe this is the one that we went our longest on, but, you know, but that's the way. But there was a lot to talk about, and I feel like there was stuff that we could have covered, but you know, but I think, you know, crossing 4.5 hours is, you know, is more than enough. Yeah. So yeah, so great movie. And, you know, great Star Wars. Natalie, if you're watching this, will you marry me? No.
Yeah.
Sorry, gotta throw that out there.
Get in the line, you know. But I do thank you, John, for being so willing to talk about this movie with me, because I really feel like we gave it the just due that it deserved by trying to delve into all these themes and ideas, and not just resort to the lines that people make fun of, but in that fun and good spirit. It was alluded to the "where is the lie" conversation earlier. I will just say that as someone who loves the ocean and loves the beach, sand is coarse. It can be rough. It can be irritating. It does get everywhere. So Anakin, while it may not have been the best attempt at a pickup line, where is the lie? He was right.
Yeah, but you left off the clincher. That's which is that not like here. Here everything is soft and smooth.
Again, where is the line?
Yeah. Oh, Anakin, just saying what the whole audience is thinking. Maybe not the sand part, but that second part. Yeah, so next week we're going to be talking about the 2020 film Emma. So join us for that. We're going to try not to go as long.
We will not go as long on that movie. Trust me.
But honestly, I was starting to think, maybe after last week I can start to organize these streams, and then we went haywire this week. But next week we'll be back under control. And then after that we'll be tackling Revenge of the Sith.
that one we're going to have to watch ourselves.
Yeah. Yeah. So I hope God bless you guys who stuck with. See, and this is what gives me a lot of joy that's that you guys evidently find us entertaining enough to stick around for 4.5 hours. We love you guys, and thanks for joining us on our rambling conversation. Anything else before we sign off, Jared?
No, I was trying to come up with another quote, but I think I'm tapped out at this point. So
okay, I know exactly how we're gonna go out. Okay, perfect. Yeah. All right. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you next week.
We'll take care.